Hello, my name is Kris Nelson of evolveconsciousness.org, and this is going to be a presentation on natural law, the science of morality, part 3, true freedom. If you haven't watched part 2 or part 1, please do so, preferably before watching part 3, as those are definitions that lead into the following presentation. So, definition of true freedom requires knowing what slavery is. The definition of slavery requires knowing what rights are. So without further ado, let's get into it. What do you want? Freedom or slavery? Do you want to be enslaved? Well, what is slavery? I doubt anyone wants to be enslaved, but they'd have to know what slavery is to begin with. Do you want to be free? Or what is freedom? I think many people think they know what freedom is, but they don't actually know what freedom is. And that's the purpose of this presentation, is to elucidate that understanding so that we can be on the same page when we're talking about what freedom is. And to conclude this slide, can one have both? Can I have both freedom and slavery? Can you have both freedom and slavery? Is this a true dichotomy, where you can have one or the other? Or is it a false dichotomy, where you can have both? So let's find out. Can we have both, or are they mutually exclusive? Sorry about that. So some basic definitions. Freedom. These definitions come from Edym Online, for etymology. So it's just the main definition from the Edym Online. You can go to a dictionary, you'll get different formulations of it, but I like to use Edym Online to look up etymological sources for words. So we have freedom here, and they define freedom as the power of self-determination, the state of free will, emancipation from slavery. So the main part of freedom is the word free. So in turn, free is not in bondage, acting of one's own will. And the other part that was underlined in the first definition, free will, is will. So your will is to determine by act of choice. So you have to have a choice. You have to be able to choose. Then you can apply your will to choose one thing over another. And to be free, you have to be able to use your will. So if you're not able to make choices, and you're restricted in your choices, and you're not able to use your will, then you're probably not in freedom. And on the right side, slavery is a state of servitude, the condition of a slave. A slave, so this condition of a slave is what slavery is. So what is a slave? A slave is a person who is the chattel or property of another. And property is things subject to ownership. And ownership is to own, and to own is to possess or have, to rule, to be in command of, or have authority over. So before I get into the next slide, we'll just finish with the initial summarization of just looking at the basic definition of freedom and slavery. And you can already see that freedom is all about whether there is enslavement from false claims of ownership. Because if you're in slavery, you're in the condition of being a slave, which means you're the property of another. Or I don't like the definition they provide, where it's simply, oh, you're the property of another, as if that's a legitimate thing that can happen in reality, when it isn't. You can't actually be the property of another. It's an impossibility. People can make the claim, make the false claim, and I talked about this in my previous part 2, slavery, on natural law, the science of morality. So you can go look at the end of that one for my gripe about how they're defining slavery as if there's some legitimacy to it. But the point is that freedom is all about whether there is enslavement from false claims of ownership or not. And that's what authority is about. Again, I'll refer to part 2 for authority, and slavery in part 1 for property and ownership and rights. So please go check that out if you haven't, or else the clarity of definitions will not be as clear, I guess, or as strong. It'll be more vague, and you might not understand specifically the definition of the words slavery or rights or property and how they all fit together. This is one of the last slides at the end of the previous presentation, and I have only a slight modification. I think I put into parentheses the word false in the definition. So I just wanted to bring it back here because this is an important key part of this presentation on true freedom is to know what slavery is. So I'm just going to give the two sound bites, the two summarizations of what slavery is. Slavery is a claim of ownership on others' rightful property, in whole or in part. And when you make a claim of ownership on others' rightful property, that's a theft. And the reason I put false in parentheses this time as opposed to the previous presentation, part 2 on slavery itself, is that a claim of ownership on others' property, on others' rightful property, is already a false claim. So it was redundant. I realized that when I was rereading it, that the fact that you're making a claim of ownership on others' rightful property makes it a false claim of ownership. Because I can make claims of ownership on things that I can rightfully own, that can be my rightful property. So in those sense, you can make claims of ownership on things, and they are legitimate claims of ownership. But when you make a claim of ownership on others' rightful property that they've acquired rightfully, and not just claiming that it's theirs, well, that's a false claim of ownership. So I just wanted to just re-summarize that and bring that clarification. And when you have a whole area that's enslaved, well, you don't have a claim of ownership simply on an other's rightful property. A society of slavery is when there is an accepted, persistent, and widespread claim of ownership on others' rightful property in whole or in part. So it's accepted by everyone in the area, it's persisted, and it's widespread. So that claim of ownership isn't just for one person. It's not temporary. It's a permanent state. So if you want more clarification, go check out part 2. I'm not going to rehash the whole complexities of understanding it in greater detail. But this is the simple definition. So you have a right to ownership, or you're a slave. So if you're living in an area, in the world, in a country, in a state or province, in a town, wherever your area is, and however large you want to make it, either you have the right to ownership, or you are a slave. That's what it comes down to. Either you have the right to own property, or you are a slave. Either you have the right to keep your property, or you are a slave. All forms of government are feudalism or slavery. Government, taxation, licensure, mandates, prohibition, etc. are euphemisms to make slavery sound more acceptable. We aren't told it's slavery, so we don't see it as slavery. And that's what I talked about in the whole last presentation. Part 2 on slavery was all about this. So this is, again, more of a summarization. To continue, we are free and sovereign by the very nature of being born. No rulers or masters exist above us in nature. It's a delusion to believe otherwise. Here I have a simple caricature of, you can either view it as you're standing on natural moral law or morality, or you have it above you. There's two different perspectives. One is where you're standing on, and I wrote ma'at, morality, because in the ancient Egyptian symbolism, ma'at represented morality and righteousness and truth and justice and order. So every step forward is on a foundation of ma'at or morality. You're already on that foundation, and every step forward you make, you're launching yourself forward into the future through your actions, creating something that didn't exist, or maybe it did exist, but you're creating through your actions. By each step forward, your previous position was you are on the foundation of ma'at or morality, and you walk forward and you continue to be on that foundation. And that's the foundation you continue to walk on. Contrarily, you could look at it as something above you rather than below you. It's not as a foundation, but in terms of a hierarchy, that you have no authority above you except for what is true and what is moral. The moral law, moral truth, and other truths in reality, reality, existence, nature, truth, is the authority for what is in existence, for what is true. So you have natural moral law as above you, as the only authority above you, and you follow that authority, the authority of truth, not authority as truth. Slavery and freedom, violation of an individual. So here is more clarification on the previous presentation that I formulated afterwards, and so I'm including it here since slavery is directly tied to freedom is directly tied to slavery. So I'm just going to expound, elucidate upon the difference between a temporary condition of enslavement and a permanent condition of enslavement. So on the left, the temporary condition of enslavement is one occurrence from a violator or several violators. The violation is not repeated, either because defense is used instantly to stop the violator, justice is enacted afterwards to prevent that violator from repeating, or if tolerated once for some reason, like not being prepared to respond or giving a second chance, then the second occurrence is the final one for the violator. This is when you have a temporary condition, is you're actually dealing with the violation and you're preventing it from persisting as a permanent condition. So sometimes you could have some action and you could give the person a chance. Okay, I'll accept that one violation, and if you do it again, well, that's the end. You're gonna learn a consequential lesson to violating my rights. That's something people can do, or they're not ready at the time. The aggressor, the violator, had more force. They had more numbers, so you couldn't defend yourself. So you had to put up with it at that one time, and you had to tolerate it. Because if you tried to defend yourself, well, then they would bring greater violations against you. So there's just three different instances where I'm saying it's not repeated because you used defensive force, or you, after it happened, you went back and redressed and sought rectification and redress, restitution for the debt of the violation, and you enacted justice. Or the third reason is that it was tolerated depending on the circumstances. And this temporary condition is a false claim of ownership, but for a brief period of time. It's an instance of enslavement. So for example, a mugging, assault, rape, coercion, or any of the seven thefts, the seven main thefts. It's only for a brief period. And it doesn't keep coming back over and over and over. And this happens because an individual has the capability to stop the violator or violators from creating repeat violations. Now, a permanent condition of enslavement is when there are repeated occurrences from the violator or violators. The violation persists as a way of life because the violator is allowed to continue due to a fear or unwillingness to act to stop the violator, or you don't have the enough force of numbers to actually stop the violators. So that way of life, the violation as a way of life, persists because either someone is able to but not willing, or they're afraid to do something and stand up for themselves. So that condition can persist. Someone like a bully can keep coming back at you over and over and over, and you're afraid, you're unwilling to stand up for yourself. So you just let it keep happening because you're afraid of something even worse happening if you do stand up for yourself. So again, this is where a false claim of ownership is made, but as a way of life. It's a persistent enslavement as opposed to an instance. So an instance of enslavement for the individual versus persistent enslavement for the individual. So here we're just talking about the violation of an individual. And the next slide we'll be talking about violations of an aggregation of individuals. So the main difference is one is a false claim of ownership for a brief period of time, and the other is a false claim of ownership as a way of life. Again, the example of the bully, or daily, weekly muggings or assaults, etc. Daily, weekly coercion in terms of the bully. Maybe the bully doesn't actually assault you and they just use coercion. And then if you don't do what they say, then they're going to assault you. And the individual is either incapable or unwilling to stop the violators from creating repeat violations. So they're either incapable because they don't have the numbers. Maybe there's 2-3 bullies and you can fight against one of them, but they're just going to beat you up harder if you try to do something. And that's basically the society we have with government. So we're overpowered. Maybe there's just one, but they have a gun and you have nothing, for example. You know, there's different scenarios where you can see this play out, where someone doesn't have the help of others, or they're overpowered by the aggressor and violator. There's other situations, I'm sure, but these are just two examples where I'm giving where someone is incapable at that time, or they're unwilling, where they have the ability present, but it's not enacted by their will. So they don't stop the violator from creating repeat violations. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say there. You know, you have the ability. Maybe you have someone comes at you with a knife and you have a knife, or you have a gun instead of a knife, but you choose not to defend yourself, you know. So if you don't choose to defend yourself, then, and you have the ability to, and likely succeed or have an equal chance of succeeding, then what's to stop that violator from continuing to do it? Well, they can just keep doing it over and over and over if they see that you're just going to let them keep doing it. Well, then that's an indicator to them that, well, then, hey, I can just keep trying it on this person and I can just keep getting what I want, whatever it is that they want, whatever thing they're trying to steal from you, one of the 7 main thefts. So here is the slavery and freedom. The violation of a collection of individuals is at the collective level, because that's what we are as a collective. In the aggregate, we are simply a collection of individuals. So this is how the temporary condition of enslavement and the permanent condition of enslavement play out differently at the collective level rather than purely the individual level. On the left, the temporary condition of enslavement. This is essentially the same as the violation of individuals, except individuals are capable and willing to stop the violators from creating repeat violations. In addition, So the difference is, for an individual, an individual has the capability to stop the violators from creating repeat violations, and individuals are capable and willing. There was a reason I added it here for the willing part, and I didn't put the willing part, and apologies for that slipping my mind, as I can't remember. Maybe it'll come back to me. The individual has the capability to stop the violators from creating repeat violations. I think it was maybe a misedit, because I added will later, and then I maybe forgot to add will, and then I viewed them as different. Anyways, we'll continue on the right side. The permanent condition of enslavement, it's the same as the violation of an individual, but this is where individuals are unwilling. The ability is present but not enacted by will to stop the violators from creating repeat violations. So the key point is that individuals, right? So there's not just one individual. Whereas over here, it was incapable because you didn't have the numbers or you were overpowered as an individual. But when we're talking about a collective in an area, everyone in an area is being oppressed by a smaller group. Well, it's not that you are not capable regarding having the numbers are overpowered. You are the collective, you outnumber them, and you can easily overpower them. Even if they have guns, they can only shoot so much. If there's 100 more of you, eventually you can overrun them and eradicate them. So the individuals are unwilling, not that they are incapable, right? It's that they are unwilling, because the ability is present. They have the numbers. They have the power through those numbers, and they can end it. But they're unwilling to. The ability is present, but it's not enacted by their will to stop the violators from creating repeat violations. You see, the numbers of individuals are present in the whole, by definition of a collection of individuals, a collective. And I'm referring to the permanent condition, which relates to a society of slavery, where society is your way of life in an area. It's not just 10 people versus 50. It's the whole area. The whole area. And in an area, you're going to have more people than you're going to have of your gang members in that area. But they don't band together, so the numbers of individuals are present as a collection of individuals in an area and capable of uniting. They are capable of uniting together morally and forming the numbers of individuals together to combat the violations of the violators. But they aren't united as a force to stand together and stop the smaller collective of violators from repeat violations. That's the key right there of why the slavery at the collective level persists. It's not because we're incapable. It's because we're unwilling. That's the only reason. We're just not uniting. We're not seeing that we can end this. Those of us who do see it, well, we're too few. So we need a greater number, a greater quantity. We need a, quote, quantum effect, right? Quantum, a quanta, quantity, quantum effect, the quantity of effect of a quantity of people is only going to happen when we're actually on the same page, the moral same page, and we're going to unite. Oh, sorry. Oh. Will is what prevents the collection of individuals being violated from ending their condition of aggregate societal enslavement and regaining the condition of true freedom. They have the capacity that individuals alone lack, numbers, and the subsequent moral unity of that larger quantity of individuals to apply a greater force against the violence. So the main problem here is willpower. The all-important will. to act. And if you followed my previous work dealing with consciousness and the trivium method, well, where does the will come? How do you enact your will? Well, that requires courage to do something, and then your willpower makes it happen. And courage is also dependent on having the care. And you have to have knowledge to know what you want to do as your ends. So you have the knowledge, and then you care to do it, and you have the courage to actually do it, and then you apply your willpower to do it. What we have instead is the will is not there. We have laziness, and we have cowardice, and we have apathy, and we have ignorance in the aggregate. So people aren't getting to the willpower part because they don't even have the knowledge, and they can't even care about the knowledge they don't have, and they don't even have the developed care. They don't have the true care, the care for truth, the care for moral truth, most of all. They don't have that care, so they don't even have the ability to care for that goal that they could have. If they had the knowledge, they could potentially have the imagination to see the goal that is possible, and then with that knowledge to have the care to work on creating that goal, and then have the courage to actually act, and then act by an application of your will to choose that action. All this is missing right now from our society. So to have the will for the collection of individuals to end their condition of aggregate societal enslavement, well, that requires all the previous steps. Well, you have to have courage, and that requires care. Both courage and care come from the same etymological root of the core of the heart. Because in French, the cœur, that you can see it, it's Coeur, I think how it's spelled. And your heart, ton cœur, that's at the core, right? That's at the, presumably, the center of your torso, off to the left, I think it is there, the heart, right? It's a little bit to the left, so it's not exactly in the center, but that's the representation of the symbolism of the heart. It's at the center of you, and all the symbolism with the heart contrasted with the mind. But they're just two qualities of you as a being, qualities of consciousness. The heart and the mind doesn't specifically necessarily refer to the heart muscle, the organ of the heart. It's symbolic of qualities, and they get attributed to that area because of how the blood changes, and there's other physiological and chemical processes that happen, and we can feel it in our hearts as those psychological states affect our emotions, and then we have physiological responses, and then that goes through the nerves and the pumping of the blood, going harder or faster or slower, less intense or more intense. Anyways, not to get too sidetracked there. But for us to act as numbers and in moral unity of a larger quantity of individuals working together to apply that collective force against a violence, well, people need to gain knowledge. They need to develop the care for truth so that they can have courage and apply their willpower towards that common goal of ending our enslavement. Slavery and freedom, self-defense. Any temporary false claim of ownership, enslavement, is not permanent. That's the whole point of it being temporary. It's not permanent. Hence, true freedom remains in that state of temporary false claims of ownership, where there are no permanent false claims of ownership, which is slavery, enslavement. If there's no permanent ones, then there's only temporary. People trying temporary things to take things from others, to steal from others what they want. But you still have true freedom, because it's only temporary. It's not persistent. It's not a way of life. Now, persistent false claims of ownership, persistent slavery, destroys the condition of true freedom. And you could have many freedoms, but when one of your freedoms are violated, when there's a theft on any of your property that's persisted, then true freedom is gone, because it's not temporary, and you're not dealing with it to make it temporary. It keeps happening over and over and over and over. Well, that's the destruction of the condition of true freedom. And you can still have freedoms, which I'll get into in a few slides coming up. You can still have freedoms, but you're not going to have true freedom whenever you have that persistent slavery in place as the condition. So even though you still have some freedoms, you don't have them all to have true freedom. To ensure only temporary violations or slavery occurs, employing self-defense is a requirement. So once you have true freedom, if you're not willing to fight and defend your property, your rights, your rightful property, which is what your rights are derived from, your self-ownership and the derivations thereof, your body, your life, sexual association, bodily integrity, free will to choose, trespass, and standard property theft, and then willful deception, which is lying, in order to inhibit someone's ability to make informed decisions. So when people are stealing and you're not defending yourself against it, well, that's going to be a permanent condition. So consequences need to be applied when possible to not allow the violator or violators to repeat the violations. Consequences can also be a message, warning, and deterrent for those thinking of being violators in the future who may try to violate others who stand up for themselves. And what I mean by this is, not only is your self-defense crucial to maintaining your freedom, and everyone in an area employing self-defense to maintain true freedom in that area, these consequences are required, or else that state of true freedom is destroyed. But those consequences are also a message and a warning and a deterrent for others who think that they can be violators and get away with it. It sends a message that, oh, well, that individual is going to stand up for themselves, so that you're going to have a harder time taking what you want from them, stealing from them, than someone else who you're just going to guess, take a wild shot that they're not ready for your violations, and they're just going to let you walk all over them so that they don't get hurt, so that they don't get shot or stabbed. Whatever the case is, that they won't stand up, so you'll have more chance getting away with it. They're more like, you don't know that they're going to stand up, you think that they're cowards, so that you're going to get away with it. But if you know that you're going to try something against someone who's prepared for it, or in an area of people who are all individuals that act that way, and they're all prepared in self-defense, you better think twice. Because chances are what you're going to try isn't going to work out. So you're going to go to another area where the people don't stand up for themselves, where they don't employ self-defense, and you can get away with your theft, with stealing from them. And to end this image here, third paragraph, this is why people in an area must unite with morality individually, that is to not initiate harm, as an individual. You have to unite with morality as an individual, and you have to unite together morally to stand against those who still choose to violate. Otherwise, the message is that the people in an area are aggregately cowards and will let themselves be dominated and enslaved. Because if the message that you're sending out is that you're not standing up for yourself, or as a people, you don't stand together, morally united, and to combat that violation, to push it back, to stop it from happening, Well, the message you're sending is that you're a pushover, you're cowards, and you're just going to let yourself be dominated and enslaved. Self-defense is crucially important. It is an absolute requirement in order to maintain true freedom. If ever we get back to that area, well, the only way we're going to get there is to apply self-defense against our property violations anyways. But if anyone ever gets to that area in the future of our existence on this planet or elsewhere in the universe of any other beings, if they get true freedom and then they say, oh, we don't need self-defense anymore, boom, you're pretty much lost it automatically. It has to be maintained, or else you lose true freedom and you enter into enslavement. So here I get to the definition of what is freedom. Freedom with a capital F. Well, that's true freedom. True freedom is the absence of persistent slavery in the aggregate. This is the respect of everyone's rights and their defense when not respected. So freedom is true freedom. So the reason it's referred to as true freedom, because people are way too wishy-washy using freedom so much when they think they're free and they're talking about freedom, but they're not free and they don't have freedom. So, Mark Passio terms things true freedom, true care, when it's actually a higher level representation or a more accurate representation reflective of that in reality. So true freedom is the absence of persistent slavery in the aggregate. So it has to do with the aggregate, the aggregation of individuals, the collective, and the persistent slavery. Not temporary conditions, and not temporary or permanent conditions for one individual alone, isolated. All right, it has to do with in an area, in the collective. You will always have some degree of freedoms, even with societal aggregate slavery present. But you won't have freedom, capital F, freedom, true freedom. Even without persistent slavery, you can have all freedoms and have freedom, but if people in your area don't unite together morally against the violation of natural rights of any individual, then any individual could be the next to be temporarily or persistently enslaved. Would there really be true freedom in your area if you were persistently enslaved? So you got to think about that. I know I just mentioned that for an individual, you don't have it if you're in temporary or permanent condition of enslavement. And I mentioned that if you're alone, if you're on an island and someone shows up and they permanently enslave you, well, because, I think scratch that. Because the aggregate would be of you and another person, so the aggregate would be that you are enslaved. Okay, never mind what I said, that it doesn't apply to an individual. I'll just try to keep going through this presentation and try to catch myself on any inconsistencies that I may have neglected in the development of the presentation and the images. Apologies for any inconsistencies, and point them out to me if you find them. So what I'm getting at is, would there be really true freedom in your area if you were persistently enslaved? You're living in an area with, say, 1,000 people, and you're persistently enslaved, but everyone else is left alone, right? So we come here and you have muggings, assault, or coercion daily or weekly, and it just keeps happening, and it keeps happening, and it keeps happening, and it keeps happening. So you're in a condition of persistent enslavement. It's not an instance and then it's dealt with. It keeps happening, and it keeps happening, and it keeps happening. Well, would there be really true freedom in your area if you were persistently enslaved and everyone else wasn't being bothered by this violator, but only you were? Would that area be in true freedom? Something to think about, and I'll answer that later if you haven't gotten my my foreshadowing or brief explanations so far. If you're not willing to stand together in morality, in the force of numbers to oppose the immorality and injustice is an unremediated violation of natural rights. So when there's a violation of natural rights and it's remediated, redressed, rectified, there's restitution, well then justice is applied. So if you're not willing to stand together in moral unity with others in the force of numbers to oppose the immorality and injustice, then how can you expect others to stand together with you when injustice happens to you? And this is getting at the crux of what true freedom actually represents. This is not about just an individual, which is the case I was making 2 minutes ago that I got confused about. True freedom is having individual natural rights and law, the non-aggression principle, the self-defense principle, respected and defended aggregately, ideally by all for all. So ideally by all, I guess, so it's not going to actually be by all. That's why it's ideally by all, because you'll have children who can't do it. You'll have people who have conditions, which physical limitations, which make that an impossibility, etc. But in order for true freedom to be a condition or state in your area, then there can't be violations that are persisted as a way of life. It can't be a permanent condition, right? It can't be a way of life where slavery is your way of life. I forget where I wrote in that, but it's in my previous presentation in one of the slides. Oh yeah, right here. So it's a false claim of ownership as a way of life. In the collective, it's the same thing as an individual. But what makes true freedom happen or not happen is whether your natural rights, natural law, moral law, the non-aggression principle and the self-defense principle are respected and defended, whether they're upheld and people act in moral unison together in order to respect, so not violate, and if violations happen, then you apply the self-defense principle. So they have to be defended. You respect them, and if they are disrespected, then you defend them, and you defend the non-aggression principle with the self-defense principle. And this has to be done in the aggregate. And that's what true freedom is having individual natural rights and law respected and defended by everybody. Because again, this is what I started off with this third paragraph with. If you're not willing to stand together in morality with others in the force of numbers to oppose the immorality and injustice that's happening to others, then how can you expect those others to stand together with you when that injustice happens to you? If you're not willing to stand together with others in morality against injustice, against immorality, then how the hell can you possibly expect others to stand with you when immorality and injustice happens to you? You're going to be on your own. Okay, here comes 5 people or a gang or whatever, state thug gangs, non-state, non-governmental thug gangs, whatever. They come and they're going to overpower you. They're going to take what they want. You're not going to get justice. Where's your justice? No one's there to help you. You're not helping anybody. If everyone's alone, and I'm not helping anybody, and everyone has that attitude, and then no one's going to get help. And you know what the violators are going to do? They're going to run rampant on every single person individually, or every household, every family individually, because everyone's thinking alone. They don't want to unite. They don't want to stand together on the same moral page and create on that same story together, on the same page, the same narrative, the same script, the same story. They don't want to create a life. They don't want to co-create in the world together. They don't want to co-create in reality together on the same page, the same narrative, the same story, which is a moral story. Everyone has their own individual story, their own narrative, their own way of seeing things, their own perception. But the thing that matters is having that together morally, that you stand together morally, that you're united in morality. Everything else can be separate, but that thing we're trying to create together is a moral way of life where we can live in peace, not be violated, and cooperate optimally together to make things easier for each other and to prosper together. And when you have violators, well, they're trying to take that away, which I think is my next slide, or the one after this. Slavery and freedom, the power of the negative. Now, this is an important aspect that, well, I think it's important, and you might disagree with me, but there's a reason that I'm mentioning it, and to me it makes sense. The power of the negative. So, in an area or society, in the condition of true freedom, is an area or a society in the condition of true freedom if an individual is persistently enslaved? And that's what I was getting at here. Would there really be true freedom in your area if you were persistently enslaved? So, for example, every day an individual has a theft of some form of their property, in whole or in part, applied to them by a violator or group of violators, and the individual doesn't have the capability to stop it from repeating. All right, we can go back here and we can see examples of not having the capability. So either you're outnumbered or you're overpowered, right? You don't have the numbers, you don't have the power. Even if you have the numbers, your numbers still aren't big enough for the other numbers. So, for example, if you have 1,000 people, but you have maybe 800 violators, well, your numbers, you outnumber them, but do you overpower them? Well, if you're 1,000 with your fists and the 800 have guns, well, no, you don't overpower them. You might outnumber them, but you're not going to overpower them. So, an individual is being violated in whole or in part by a violator or a group of violators, and they don't have the capability to stop it. So it's going to keep happening. And if they try to defend themselves, well, the violators don't care. They're just going to bring more severe violations against you if you dare to defend yourself. And that's what government does. See part 2 on slavery for a more in-depth explanation on that. So here's my explanation answer to: is an area, society, in the condition of true freedom if an individual is persistently enslaved? So a collection is made of individuals. The collective, aggregate, comes after the individual and their rights. So the collective, the aggregate, is a collection of individuals, and it's made of individuals. That's the whole point. That's what comes first. The collective, or the aggregate, comes after the individual and their natural rights. So what comes first, what matters the most, is an individual and their natural rights. That's what comes first as the foundation for anything. Then you can have individuals group together and cooperate, and they can form a collective or an aggregation of individuals in an area. And then concerns for what we do in the aggregate and collective can come about, but they can never supersede the natural rights of an individual, because the collective or aggregate is only made up of individuals, which is the real thing that exists. And that was another slide in the presentation on slavery. So true freedom is about the aggregate of all individuals, and the same principle of the truth table applies where the negative holds the power. One person in an area with persistent claims of ownership upon their property, which is enslavement, means that area, the society, the aggregate, the collective, doesn't have true freedom. So long as one is persistently enslaved or suffering, we are all denied true freedom, or we are all suffering. So I'll just repeat that without the parts in parentheses that I added later. So long as one is persistently enslaved, we are all denied true freedom. so long as one is persistently enslaved, we are all denied true freedom. And this comes back to the saying from the Mark Passio, first time I heard it was there, that as one being suffers, we all suffer. And this is just another way of stating it in a way that you can, I guess, make more sense of it. Not just as one being suffers, oh, someone's suffering, they had a hard day or whatever, we're all suffering. No, that's not what it means. In a more concrete, demonstrable example is of how as one suffers, we all suffer. It really applies when you think of persistent enslavement in an area, societal enslavement, the occulted societal enslavement that we're currently experiencing as a condition, and that has been here for a long time. That so long as one suffers, we all suffer, because so long as one is persistently enslaved, we are all denied true freedom. So we're all denied true freedom, and without that true freedom, well, we are in a state of suffering. Even if it's not us that are being violated, because we're denied that true freedom, that is technically a state of suffering. It's a lesser suffering than the other person, but that's the whole point of so long as one suffers, we all suffer. We're not suffering like them. It's not happening to us, but it's happening to them. But we're all united together as a collective that's supposed to be on the same moral page, trying to cooperate and optimize our living together and bring about greater things, greater developments, greater inventions, greater possibilities and potential for humanity as a whole. But all that is predicated on the respect and defense of natural rights. Right here. So if we're not doing that for others, then they're not going to do it for us, and we're all living alone, and then we're all easy prey and targets for those who just want to come and take us out each one by one, or violate us one by one, because we're all just being cowards who don't stand together to stand against. We don't stand up for ourselves by standing together against violators. We're not morally united. And what happens when we're not morally united? Well, we're divided, and those who are in immorality and are united in their immorality can more easily take us out. Right, we're on this slide. Freedom for all, or freedom for none. That's what it comes down to. As one being suffers, we all suffer. So long as one is persistently enslaved, we are all denied true freedom. It's freedom for all, or freedom for none. You get true freedom for all, or you get true freedom for none in your area. So you can work on like your household, and then your local town or community, and then your larger area, and then your country, and then the world. So as long as, if it depends on what scope, what capacity of an area you're talking about, that scope of inclusion of others. Well, the world will only reach true freedom when the smaller aggregations reach true freedom in their respective areas. So first we have to start at our area. So the whole planet won't have true freedom until no one is persistently enslaved on the planet. And your country won't have true freedom until every individual in your country has their natural rights respected and defended. That people aren't persistently enslaved. And that requires self-defense in order to stop it from being a persistent condition. So it's freedom for all, or freedom for none. Moral unity together is required to enact justice, stop violators, and create the state or condition of true freedom. We unite for cooperative defense and justice, or be alone to deal with violators. We unite via morality for optimal interactions. So these are our choices. Unite for cooperative defense and justice, or be alone to deal with violators. That was my point here. If we don't stand with others and we stand alone, then we're just going to be alone. Each of us is just going to be alone when the violators come knocking. We're not going to get any help. There's going to be injustice everywhere, and everything's going to turn to shit because everyone just wants to be a selfish little prick individual that doesn't want to help other people, and then they won't receive help in turn. Unite for cooperative defense and justice, or be alone to deal with violators. So which option do you choose? Do you want to unite and cooperate for your defense and justice? So first of all, it depends on you and as an individual defending yourself. But when you have a group of violators that are going to come at you, well, you against them, well, okay, you could put up a defense and maybe you'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but eventually they're going to get you. If you got guns and they got guns, or if you got a knife and they got a knife, maybe you'll take a few before you get taken out. But you're going to get taken out. But if 5 people come and you're 5 people there, well then you stand a good chance of fighting for your defense and maybe winning. At least not letting them. Or you can choose, well, I'm alone right now, and I'll let them take whatever they want to take. They can take my car, take my this, take my that, whatever. And then you come back with your collection of people united together in morality and have moral unity. And then you get your 100 people. And then you go after those 5 people. And then you make them pay for the debt that they owe. Whatever you're thinking of payment, well, that's the debt. They got to pay. Payback. They can get payback through consequences of various forms, and that's up to people to decide for themselves how they want to be paid back. You pay back what you took, plus a little more because you did a violation, so you owe a debt for the violation. You owe a debt for what you stole. That needs to be repaid. And you owe a debt because you were a violator, an aggressor, violated someone's natural rights and natural law. There's 2 debts. There's an equalization debt of you pay back what you stole. So I stole $10. I have to pay back the $10 and some. Because that's the consequence. The consequence isn't that you have to pay back the $10. No, that's giving the person back what was theirs, their rightful property. The consequence is for what you did, that violation, that you have a debt to pay for that violation as well. So it could be a physical consequence, or it can be, well, you're gonna work it off. Whatever it is, people can decide however they want. I'm not telling people how the payment needs to be repaid. But there is a payment, there is a debt, and it needs to be repaid. And that's what rectification, restitution, redressing a wrong is all about. It's not enough to just, get back what was taken. No. You chose this route, and there's going to be additional consequences, additional repayments that are required. Anyways, that's how I absolutely view morality and restitution and rectification for a violation. Now, if you think that the only thing that you're owed when you're violated is just to get back what was taken from you, then you're going to end up back here, where you're going to be seen as a coward, where you're not sending the message to not fuck with me. You're going to get fucked with over and over and over, because the only negative consequence for that person or that group of individuals is, oh, well, I took $100. All I have to do is give back the $100. Oh, well, that's not much of a consequence. They can just keep doing that over and over. And you're going to gather your the people in your area, the 100 other people, go after the five violators and say, oh, well, you have to give me back the $10,000 that you stole. Okay, now I have justice. No, sorry, not for me. That doesn't work. I don't accept that. You want to accept it, be a pushover like that? Okay, you can live like that if that's your idea of what justice is. That's not my idea of justice, and I don't stand by that. You're allowed to do that if all you want back is what they stole from you. But that's not what I view as justice. That's just returning what you stole back to the rightful owner. But that's not the consequence. That has nothing to do with the consequence to the violation. So the whole point is that we got to cooperate together in our defense and to enact justice, or else we're left to do it alone. And it's a lot harder when you're doing it alone. So obviously in any situation, you're alone to deal with violators, but afterwards, you don't have to be alone to deal with them and to enact justice. So it's about we unite via morality for optimal interactions. You want true freedom? You want your rights respected? Then you cooperate with others and you unite morally for optimal interactions. That's what morality is going to get you. In everyday life, even if there's no violations, it's going to get people to interact with each other on the same moral basis and create the most optimal way that we can interact and work together to co-create the reality, the human reality that we create on this planet or wherever else in the whole universe. Freedom versus slavery. We have the freedom to live within our rights. This necessitates not violating the rights of others, of not initiating harm to others. If you're being prevented from using your will to act in a way which doesn't initiate harm, are your rights being upheld or violated? I don't know if that was clear. If you're being prevented from using your will to act in a way which doesn't initiate harm, are your rights being upheld or are they being violated? Now, I've already answered this in part 1 on rights. Yeah, part 1 on rights. So if you've already watched that, you already know the answer. Here I'm just reiterating it to clarify the difference between freedom and slavery. If whatever you're doing is not initiating harm, then you're allowed to do it because you're within your rights. But if you're not allowed to, if you're being prevented from doing that, then your rights are being violated. Because if you're not initiating harm, then the person who's preventing you from using your will to act in a way which doesn't initiate harm is making a claim of having the right to decide what is done with your actions, your body, not you owning and deciding what is done with your property. And this is all being done because you're being a peaceful human being. That you're not initiating harm, you're being a peaceful human being. And someone thinks that they can prevent you from doing things that are not initiating harm, well, that act that they are doing is an initiation of harm against your rights. They're claiming to have the right to decide what is done with your actions, and hence your body, and it's making a claim of ownership upon you. That's enslavement. And that's what I end this paragraph with, that's a claim of ownership. And when it's persisted, it becomes the condition of enslavement. And that's what happens with government in prohibition and licensure, is that you're prevented from using your will to act in ways and doing what you want with your property when what you want to do or are doing doesn't initiate harm. To continue, as long as the current condition contains some persistent enslavement, we aren't in the condition of true freedom. People in society have the illusion of being in a state of true freedom, of being, quote, free, while they accept enslavement. True freedom requires voluntary interactions based in respecting the rights of all, especially the right of not initiating harm, of not having harm initiated against you. When freedom is infringed, justice, through rectification, reinstates the starting level of true freedom. So when you're at the level of true freedom, and you have an initiation of harm that's persisted, so you're not using the rectification process to enact justice and stop that harm from being reinitiated. So it keeps coming back. Well, that's when you get into the societal enslavement that we have. When you have a permanent, persistent, wide range, wide scale enslavement happening to several people, like usually everyone in that area. And you have a societal enslavement. So if you want to get that back, if you want to get back to true freedom, and you want to remove that condition of enslavement, well, justice needs to be enacted. And that's the rectification process where you reinstate, you go back to that level of true freedom. I have an infographic I made for the law of freedom and justice. That's another presentation. I don't want to get into too many things all at once to make it a big presentation there. So this one's just about explaining in detail the freedom. So when freedom is infringed, the initiation of harm, you have to bring back justice and get back that, well, justice needs to be enacted. And when justice is enacted, then you reinstate that level of true freedom that was destroyed by the initiation of harm, persistent harm, which created that persistent, permanent condition of enslavement. All right, I think I'm beating a dead horse there. Here's a little representation I made of freedom or freedoms. Now, most people just want freedoms. They don't really want true freedom and the responsibility that goes with it. That's coming up in the rest of the presentation. But this is just to clarify the distinction between freedom, true freedom, or freedoms. And most people think that they really want freedom, or that they have freedom. But what they actually have is freedoms, and they don't want true freedom. They just want their freedoms. So you can have more or less freedoms, or you can have freedom, true freedom in a society. And how that is demonstrated is in this chart here. So we start at the right where we have true freedom. This is where the non-aggression principle and the self-defense principle is upheld. There are not tolerated wrongs. Untolerated wrongs. They are not tolerated. There is no persistent slavery or injustice. Things are remediated. The wrongs are redressed. There's rectification and restitution. All right? But that's the ideal state that we can get to, and it is possible. And we can stay there. We can keep coming back here as soon as there's attempts to take us away from that. As long as we apply justice and redress the wrong, we can get back to our state of true freedom. And we can live there most of the time. And there can be gangs that come in and try to enslave us all, but we're not going to put up with it. So we never actually step out of true freedom as long as we don't put up with it. But when we put up with it, when we tolerate the wrongs, right? When we tolerate the wrongs and when we normalize them and we have persistent slavery or injustice where these violations are unremediated, so the injustice remains, and it's persistent in slavery that just keeps happening because it's normalized and it's accepted, and it's standardized as the standard of what our society represents as our condition and way of life. It's tolerated. Well, that's when the non-aggression principle and the self-defense principle is either restricted or violated, which is what we have now with our governments who violate our NAP and they restrict our SDP because we're not allowed to defend ourselves against their violations of NAP. So we're forced into immorality. And in the scale here is where we have more freedoms and we have less freedom on the other side. So here's an absolute of no freedoms. I don't know if that's actually attainable. I have not been able to imagine that, where you have absolutely no freedoms, because you'll always... The only way I can imagine that, just to state this for clarification, is if there's like complete mind control over you, where you don't even have your free will anymore. And you're just absolutely a slave. You're like you're a prisoner in your own body, where there's been like, I don't know, movies or stories or anime or TV shows. I don't know. I've seen this before where, someone feels as if their body got hijacked, but they're still there. Their consciousness is there, and they can see what's happening, but it's not them acting. It's someone else acting. And then eventually, at the end of the story and whatever, the real person comes back and they've overcome the hijacker. Anyways, maybe you've seen some fiction about that in movies or TV or anime or somewhere. I don't remember where I got it from, but I've seen this several times as a theme. And so that's the only time I can envision where this could actually happen, is where you are suppressed as a consciousness in control of your body. So all your self-ownership has been hijacked and all your derivative properties have been hijacked. So then you're left with no actual properties and no ownership. And then you have no freedoms whatsoever, and you're a complete slave. So I don't know if that's ever possible, if it's going to be possible in the future. Who knows? Maybe, I'm pretty sure that's where some of these psychopaths envision things with their full spectrum dominance and transhumanism and the whole biosecurity state and control of everything in your body and Neuralink and everything. Or maybe they'll be able to take over your whole your first natural right of self-ownership, and then you're basically locked out of your body, and you're just yourself inside that can't do anything. All you can do is think. So I guess you'll have the freedom to think. So maybe you'll still have some freedoms. So I don't know if this state is actually possible in reality. I'm just putting it here as these are the diametric opposites. You have true freedom and you have no freedom. And in between you have the amount of freedoms. You have the amount of freedoms that are allowed by authorities, because this is what is always being done, is people are claiming that they have the authority to make claims of ownership on your rightful property. So they're claiming that they have the authority to enslave you, and that's what this is. As soon as you get out of true freedom, you're in enslavement. So these are the degrees of enslavement, where you go more towards the right, it's more covert enslavement, and you go more towards the left, well, it gets progressively more overt. And this is when you have freedoms, right, in quotes, you have freedoms, but not having true freedom. This whole area between the two big bars on the left and right, well, this is where you have freedoms, but you don't have true freedom. You have a modicum of freedom, some amount of freedom. We don't have true freedom. You have freedoms. You have more freedoms or less freedoms. So when it becomes overt, when you increase the overt degree of enslavement, that's where you're increasing the physical severity of your enslavement. So by, for example, right now we have our current societal enslavement, where we have licensure, prohibition, and taxation. Again, see part 2 on slavery for more on that. And as we go into more overt enslavement, where the degrees get worse, where we have less freedoms, we don't have more freedoms, we have less freedoms as it progressively gets worse into more overt enslavement, well, that's where the physical severity increases, and you eventually get at a point, somewhere here, not at the ultimate level, but somewhere over here, where you have ball and chain slavery, markets for selling people as property, and it's all normalized as part of society, out in the open, the physical, overt kind. It's in your face. But the more you go this way, the more covert it is, which is why people right now have a hard time seeing the occult societal enslavement. That's why it works very effectively, because you don't have people rebelling as easily, because they can't see the enslavement that they're under. All right, so that's freedoms versus actual freedom, and that's explaining it in a visual way with a chart, I guess. Not a chart, but a graph, sort of. Anyways, I think I got my point across on explaining the difference between true freedom and freedoms, and where we can be. We can be here, and where we actually are. We're here, and we're going back this way. You know, the hot physical slavery, that's increasing as we go by. And right now, what we've seen the last 3 years is just a normalizing the authoritarianism, so that people accept it more and more and just learn to live with it as it becomes their new current condition, the new normal of greater authoritarianism and more enslavement, and just getting people to accept it by fear. Fear, making them fear whatever. But fear is a very powerful motivator to subdue your desire for freedom and rights. Here's the one that I made reference to when I was... what is freedom? 1, 2, 3, 4 slides away. All right. About coexisting together and having peace together. So we have lawful, loving coexistence is what is represented by the state of true freedom. And with respect to attaining that level of freedom and I went too fast on this one. I wanted to just explain a bit about the truth table if people don't know, but then I decided to keep reading and then I forgot to go back here. So whenever I think of something, I should just stop and get right to it, or else risk forgetting it. So this should be the right tab. Yeah. All right. So this is something I wrote, as you can see, in around 2016. Shatter, destroy, and stop the falsity. So this is about the power of the negative, the importance of the negative, and I'm just going to reference the truth table. So if you want to see this, shatter, destroy, stop falsity, you can search for it on my site, evolveconsciousness.org. And the point I'm getting to is, if you don't know what a truth table is, it's a conjunction of propositions of how unity happens when you have a proposition. A proposition is a statement or a claim, and then you make 10 statements or claims of proposing something. That's why it's called a proposition. You can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can have 100, whatever. So say you have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Therefore, conclusion, whatever, you draw your conclusion from your propositions. If all of your propositions are true, your conclusion is most likely going to be true because it's based on true propositions. But if one of your propositions is false, the result you're always going to get in your conclusion, if it's based on your propositions, that it naturally follows that your conclusion is also going to be false. Because if your conclusion, as part of its conclusion, you're using a false proposition, then your conclusion's not going to be true because you're using that proposition as a basis to formulate that conclusion. So you could maybe reword your conclusion by eliminating a false proposition, then your conclusion is more accurately stated, or it doesn't include the false proposition. Anyways, not to get into this too much, this is the point of the truth table and the conjunction of propositions, and the importance, the dire importance of knowing the negative and facing the negative in order to shatter it and remove it from our lives, is that we can't have falsity in our worldview, our perceptions. The more falsity we have, the more wrong we are. So the goal is to align our perceptions with truth and only have propositions that are true. That can take a long time, can be a lifelong process, but at various stages we should want to know what is right instead of just wanting to be right. We want to be right so that we can have what is right, and we want to know what is wrong so that we can let go what is wrong and have what's right. All right. So you can go look up into that. You don't need to come to my site. You can go look it up anywhere. It's called the truth table, or a conjunction of propositions. And that's just what I wanted to explain regarding the importance of the power of the negative, and why, if one person in your collection, the true freedom, right? True freedom is about all everybody. So if your collection, your collective, your aggregation of individuals, it has one person in a state of persistent enslavement, then you can't have that collection where one individual is in a state of persistent enslavement. Then your collection is not going to have true freedom. It's an impossibility because of the power of the negative. So that's all I wanted to clarify here, is the importance of the negative. And that's why I mentioned the truth table. Wherever I was, I don't remember. Oh yeah, here, power of the negative. Anyways, go look into that. It's an interesting thing to understand, and the importance of the negative, evil, chaos in our lives, and of knowing about it so that we can do something about it. Because if you don't do anything about it, it's going to stay. All right, so back to lawful loving coexistence. The most loving thing to do when there is violence is to block and stop the violence, to not allow it to continue unchecked. And that's the whole point of the self-defense and why it's a requirement. It's so important. And we need to be in moral unity individually and together as a collective, as an aggregation of individuals, in order to combat the other aggregation of individuals who think they have a right, think they are justified in violating our rights, in doing immorality to us, in creating evil, in destroying freedom. See, they have a strong aggregation and they got a lot of weapons. Well, we need a bigger aggregation in order to eventually change our collective condition. Because the collective condition is based on a majority. And the majority can be bad or it can be good. And if the majority is good, then the overall condition will be reflective of that good majority. And you can have violators, and as long as you deal with the violators, you'll keep that condition the way it is. Right now, we don't have that as the condition. And the only way we can get that condition is if we get to be a majority, and that requires numbers. That's the importance. And when we get those numbers, we can change our way of life, and we can also deal with the violators in a numbers against numbers game, as opposed to small little puny amount of numbers that we are now, and the amount of people who understand this and the importance of truth and morality, moral truth especially, in order to get a world where we are actually free and we're not enslaved. So that's the most loving thing you can do, is to block and stop the violence. That's an act of love, of lawful loving coexistence. And lawful is law. Anyways, I'll be presenting that later on there when I get to natural law and defining it. For now, you'll just have to already know what I'm talking about or wait for future presentations, but that's why I'm dividing things into separate things to define, because they all lead up to the things later on that use the previous things as definitions. So, true freedom. What is freedom? It's the absence of persistent slavery. So I had to define slavery before I could define freedom. And what was slavery? Well, slavery is the claim of ownership on other people's rightful property. Yeah, sorry about that. A little interruption from my little son. To define freedom, you need to define slavery. To define slavery, you have to define what rights are. Because ownership, you have to define ownership, and that's what rights have to do with, and property. So everything is a logical sequence that I'm progressing. First, define rights to get to slavery, define slavery to get to freedom, define freedom to get to the law of freedom, and then I can define natural law. And I could have done, after the first presentation on rights, I could have done morality, but I think I'll do that next, get more into morality, and then I'll do the law of freedom, part 5. Oops. All right, getting back on track. So the most loving thing to do when there is violence is to block and stop it, not to allow it to continue unchecked. Because, oh God, I'm not going to get into the side tangent of law equals love. Anyway, I've written about it before, somewhere on my site. If you look into Law and Love. I'm sure you'll find the article. Anyways, I don't want to get into another side tangent on explaining correlated things, because then it makes everything go longer, makes the whole presentation longer. But I'll just summarize it as the love. So how can I summarize that? Moral law is just law, and if you're in love with a capital L, then that's the agape love of caring about the freedom for all, not just yourself. So when you're doing something out of a higher love, out of an agape love, you're doing it from a position of true care for truth, and that necessitates that it abides by moral law. So that's how one equates to the other. And also in philology, the origin of languages, W and V can be interchanged, and you can also, at the origin of many languages, the vowels were also interchangeable. So it's LV equals LW, and that equals the same thing. So the O and the A you can drop, and then LW is just LV. So in a philological sense, they are also, you can view them as being linguistically tied philologically, where the L and the V transpose, and the V and the W transpose, and you just have the same thing, L and V, or L and W. Anyways, those who reject the reasoning logic to abide by the non-aggression principle are creating a non-loving state of violence that they impose on others. This must be rejected for true freedom to exist. So when you create violence, you're creating a non-loving state of existence for others that you impose your violence on. And the only remedy to that is upholding the law, moral law. And that requires self-defense. And that's the part where you're blocking and stopping the violence. You're not allowing it to continue. And that's how you get your loving state of coexistence based in respecting the law, the true law, moral law. On to the second paragraph. The trivium method, or natural law process of how we learn from and create our shared experience or condition in reality, is required knowledge to understand the causal importance of our behavior. To not accept persistent violations means that any who repeatedly reject peaceful, loving, or lawful coexistence and don't change their ways have to be dealt with by the individuals in that area or society. So that's where, back to where I had the individual versus collective and temporary versus persistent. I had mentioned that in the slide for the individual and temporary, someone can choose not to engage in a rectification process. They can give someone a second chance. So you can give someone a second chance. It's a very popular theme in the Doctor Who revival, starting in 2005, the second iteration, not Christopher Eccleston, but David Tennant, which was a really good Doctor. I prefer Matt Smith than David Tennant myself. I really like the Matt Smith character. But in the Doctor Who character, there's this aspect of combating evil, those who do immoralities, and Doctor Who, you would see it play out where they would give the evildoer a second chance. So he'd give his narrative, his speech there against the evil one, and say, "You can stop now. Earth is under my protection. Yada yada, and go away now, and don't come back." Obviously, the evil one's like, "Well, who the fuck are you to try to stop me? I'm going to do whatever I want. Screw you." and then they try to do it some more, and then the doctor comes up with some fabulous, fantastical way of stopping them because, well, they're Doctor Who and they got their sonic screwdriver and they can do anything apparently. Anyways, and then he like annihilates the evil or whatever, does away with them in different scenarios. I guess sometimes death, sometimes not. Anyways, my point was, there's this aspect where you can be like, all right, I'm going to give you a chance to change your ways. And then the reason that's why I'm mentioning this here is because it has to do with changing their ways. Is you do not accept a persistent violation. So one time, maybe, and then you got to work on a rectification. Well, that person, the violator, they gotta work their way into forgiveness and regain, readmit themselves into a peaceful, loving coexistence with others. And if they reject that continuously and they don't change their ways, well, then they just got to be dealt with. Pure and simple. And it is that simple. Or else what are you going to do? Keep letting them come back at you? And keep coming back and keep coming back and keep coming back? Well, if there's nothing being done to stop them, well, then they're just like, well, I can just keep coming back and coming back and coming back. They got to be dealt with. And again, whatever situation and circumstance, you have to evaluate that yourself for equal measure to get your payback for the debt, plus the payback for the payback to apply consequences for the violation in the first place. That's the incentive to not do it. Not just simply paying back the $10 that you stole. No, it's $10 plus consequence. There's going to be other consequences as the incentive not to do it, or else there is no reason for the one who doesn't give a shit about morality or peaceful, loving, lawful coexistence. They can just keep doing it because the consequences aren't grave enough. There has to be consequences, and people have to apply it. Otherwise, I'll get into that in the future with karmic repercussions. If you're just expecting someone to give a shit about the co-created societal enslavement that they're going to create for everybody, do you think they care about that? No, they're not going to care about those consequences that they're creating for themselves and everyone and for their own children. They're creating a system of enslavement because they're going to be on top. As long as they can rule in hell, they prefer that than being a servant in heaven. That's the mentality. They don't want to serve under, right? They don't want to serve under natural moral law. They don't want to live on the foundation of ma'at, morality, and natural moral law. They don't want that. They want to be the rulers and supplant themselves above natural moral law, and they want to step on it like it's garbage and have everyone else under them as their slaves. All right, last paragraph. The loving lawful versus non-loving lawful or fearful or violating state of human coexistence correlates with the internal states of consciousness of love versus fear. So the loving lawful state of human coexistence correlates with the internal states of the internal state of consciousness of love, and the non-loving, non-lawful, fearful and violating state of human coexistence correlates with the internal state of consciousness of fear. That's how you get to non-loving and non-lawful violation as a state of living, of enslavement as your current condition. That's all rooted in fear, and that'll come. If you don't know about the love versus fear states of consciousness and how that leads to freedom or slavery as the aggregate condition, well, check out Mark Passio's podcast 36, which goes into that. And then there's the natural law seminar presentation, 3 parts, 9 hours, whatever it is. It's in all the first early presentations and in subsequent ones. It's a wonderful thing to understand, and I'll probably go into it at a later part when I get more into the consciousness aspect, as opposed to just specific definitions leading up to understanding natural law better. So the external state is your behavior, the condition or the effect that's produced is a reflection of the internal state, your thoughts, emotions, which are the cause. The behavior and the condition is the effect, your action is the effect, and what your actions produce are effects, and your thoughts and emotions are the causes. Those are the internal states. And either it can be sourced from love or fear, and that correlates with what we get in our coexistence. We get a lawful loving coexistence, or we get unloving violence, unlawful violations of moral law, and which is based on our rights, our property rights, violations of our property rights, initiations of harm. So those are the choices we got. And right now we don't have a significant amount of people choosing to co-create a lawful, loving coexistence together. This brings us to sovereignty. You can ask yourself or others, are you a sovereign? So if you say yes, then you acknowledge that you're free. You're not a subject to others and not a slave. So our sovereignty might be being squashed and violated, but it's always there. Our rights are always there, even if they're being violated. And our sovereignty is always there. So we're always a sovereign. We are free beings by our very nature. It's just other people have created a methodology of life, a way of life, whereby we cannot actually live that freedom that we are born with. We've been denied it, and we continue to accept that state of existence. And if you or someone says, no, you're not a sovereign, then you got to ask them, you're a slave, really? Who owns you? Is someone responsible for what you think, feel, and do? You don't have your own thoughts, your own emotions, your own actions that you're responsible for, that's no one else's responsibility, that you're not a sovereign unto yourself. So there's someone above you who's a sovereign and you're a slave to them? That means you're owned by somebody? Really? Many people think of the sovereigns as, the monarchs, the kings, the rulers, whatever, and, oh, well, I'm not a sovereign. That's not me. I'm not a king or a ruler, because they don't have an understanding of what a sovereign is. So we are born free and are inherently free sovereigns. All claims of slavery are illegitimate. They are morally wrong. The self or consciousness owns the creative faculties of the body. This is self-ownership, and moves the body by will to create externally. We can be informed with natural rights and ensure their respect by all for all. So maybe I didn't put enough words to make it a properly 100% grammatically correct statement. I guess I was trying to save space, and then I edited things and got more space, and then didn't make things more clear. So all claims of slavery are illegitimate. The self, you, consciousness, owns the creative faculties of your body. And that's the self-ownership, first natural right. And that consciousness, the self, you, that owns your body, is also moving that body by your will. And as such, when you engage in your will, you also enact actions. You enact your will to engage in actions and behavior, and that creates things externally. Your behavior is created, your actions are created external to your internal framework, your internal capacities, your psychological capacities, your thoughts and emotions, are things that are internal to you. When you create actions and behaviors, that's creating externally. And we can be informed with natural rights and ensure that the natural rights are respected for everybody and by everybody. So all natural rights are respected, and everyone ensures that they continue to be respected, which is what I had stated back here. yeah, both these slides, the self-defense one and what is freedom. And the power of the negative. So that's what, well, I guess I'll get into that into the next slide. What is a sovereign, right? This was just asking if you recognize your own sovereignty, are you a sovereign? And here's a little definition on what a true sovereign is and what a false sovereign is, as with respect to how some people might have answered no here because they think, oh, well, a sovereign is a king or a ruler. Well, that would be the false sovereign. The people what they usually view as a sovereign, and they don't think of themselves as sovereign because the mind control and conditioning has been so effective over the centuries and millennia that that's how people view what a sovereign is. That, oh no, that's only a special type of person, right? That's only when you're a ruler and master over others that you're a sovereign. So sovereign comes from super and regnum. Super means above, and regnum means control. So you're above control, and that means you're a free being. When you're above control, that means you're not going to be controlled by others. Well, that makes you a free being. And that's what we are by default. And then when others try to impose control, well, they violate our sovereignty. They violate our freedom. And they attempt to enslave us. It's whether we're going to accept that or not. And we've accepted it for too long without a proper understanding of natural rights, and that's why we have the condition we have, and the only way to combat it is by gaining the numbers in order to combat the formulation of the quantity of numbers of people who support the diseased belief in authority and the legitimacy of enslaving others, controlling others, the right to rule and be masters. All right, so the left side, we have the false sovereign. This is what most people think of when they hear the term sovereign. These are monarchs or governments who are above control. They get to control others, but they're not controlled unless there's another government or another monarch who tries to take away their sovereignty, right? So the French monarch of France, well, they had sovereignty, but if the English monarch of England wanted to go to war, well, they would be attempting to undermine the French monarch's sovereignty, to be above control, because they wanted something and they wanted to control the other kingdom and the other monarch. Anyways, the monarch or governments, that's where you're highest in rank or power. They are rulers over others, and they are placed above the rest. And that's where you get the masters over slaves, rulers over subjects, the superiority to control others. It's a deception of being, with this carries the deception of being responsible for others, right? I think people think of monarchs, oh, the monarchy, they're so great, they help and they take care of people. Oh, governments are so great, oh yeah, they help and protect and take care, they're so wonderful. It's this deception of being responsible for others. They're taking care of things. They're managing certain aspects of life. So they're responsible for others. They're taking care of others, of being a guardian. All right, that's what the state government is currently looked at as a guardian. It's safeguarding the people of that nation against any possible outside threats. Oh yes, those outside threats are going to come after you, and we're the only ones who can protect you. You have to give us your power. And that's the next point. You gotta have representative politics, right? Someone to represent you. You don't present yourself. You don't organize and cooperate with others. You give away your power and let them have powers that no individual has. Let them invent rights that no individual has the right. But they can get all this. They can create all this magical nonsense, this sorcery bullshit, this evil sorcery manipulation of, well, oh, now we have rights that you don't have. And then the rights that you do have, well, we're going to keep them, but we're going to take them away from you. So that's what we have in governments right now. Representative politics. You allow others to represent you. You abdicate your responsibility over your own sovereignty and self-ownership. And this is essentially, you try to make yourself a slave. Without knowing it, for most people, right? They don't know that that's what they're doing. But you abdicate personal responsibility over your own sovereignty. You're going to give someone else. You say, oh, well, You can have sovereignty. You can have all of our power. We're going to subjugate ourselves to you, ruler. Go ahead and rule over us. Oh, you. Well, then every 4 years it changes, or whatever the voting time frame is. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, whatever. This is a rotating master of a plantation. And by contrast, on the right side, well, that's when you have true sovereign. That's where you're a ruler. You're a master. Oh no, and you're a superior. Well, that's the same thing as on the left side. You're trying to be a ruler and master and superior. Ah, yes, but not of others, of yourself. You recognize that only you yourself are a ruler or master or superior of yourself. No one else is legitimately a ruler or master or superior of you. They don't have a right to control you. If you're not initiating harm to others, they don't have a right to control you. If you're initiating harm to others, well, then you're probably going to receive harm back, and that's not a violation of your rights. I don't know if I have a slide with that on this presentation, or I did it in the last one, or in part 2 or part 1. But if you're not being, I think it was in part 1. If you're initiating harm, and you have harm done to you, you're not having your rights violated. So, when you're a true sovereign, you're a ruler, master, and superior of yourself, not of others. This is where the path of self-mastery, self-governance, self-control. No other is a master of you. You recognize that you're responsible for yourself, and you don't give away your responsibility to others. Right? Someone else isn't responsible for how you think, how you feel, and what you do. You're not owned by another person. You're not a slave. So stop trying to make yourself a slave which you can't actually do, but that's what you're doing. You're just giving your ownership to someone else, which isn't a right, it's a wrong. But you're giving your I think I have that later in this presentation too. You're giving yourself, you're trying to violate your own rights by giving your innate natural right, first property of self-ownership, to another, which can't be done rightfully. You're just acting as if it can be done, and subjugating yourself to another by abdicating your personal responsibility over your own sovereignty and your own self-ownership and your own ability to make your own decisions and choose what behavior you want to enact in the world. So, true sovereign is you don't give away your responsibility to others. So your self-ownership, your sovereignty, your thoughts, your emotions, your actions, you don't give that away. You represent yourself. People don't represent you. You can say, oh, well, I'm absent for a meeting and this person's going to speak on my behalf or something, or whatever, but that's a temporary instance just so they can talk. They have the same knowledge as you, so they're going to represent what you would represent when you're talking about something. That's different than representative politics. That's not the same thing. So, being a true sovereign is you know what rights are for sovereign individuals, for yourself and others. That's where the whole part of respecting, you having your rights respected, not having harm initiated onto you, but also applying that to everyone else and respecting their natural rights and not initiating harm onto them. And being a true sovereign is also recognizing that your highest responsibility is to morality, because you're a ruler, master, and superior to yourself, and no other being is superior to you. So that doesn't mean that there's not something above you in terms of responsibility to. It's not that you're just responsible to yourself. It's that natural moral law is above you, that there is no authority above you except truth, morality. Because by nature of being born, we have authority and sovereignty, and we are free by nature of being born, and the only thing above us is truth, is morality, natural moral law. So that's our highest responsibility, because that comes above us. So yes, we have a responsibility to ourselves, and also to respond in the world against immorality, and that's why it comes to the highest responsibility is to morality. We have an ability to respond to violations of rights, obviously against ourselves. We can't expect others to defend us if we're not willing to defend ourselves. So first you have to have individual self-defense, and then you can aggregate that in cooperative unity and morality with others for greater application of justice for violations. But if you're only responsible, if your highest responsibility is to yourself, well, then you're probably going to get into Satanism of, well, your survival matters more than the moral law and moral truth. And then survival becomes, the first tenet of survival is what's most important. Survival becomes the natural law. That's what I read that once, and I was looking into natural law, what do people have as definitions? I came across a site where it was essentially, whatever you do for your survival is part of natural law, which is complete nonsense, that whatever you do to survive equates to, it's the natural law of the natural way to live. I guess that's what they were viewing natural law. They weren't looking at it as anyways. I'll probably re-talk about this when I actually do the presentation on natural law, so I'll just move on. Your highest responsibility is to the preservation of natural rights. I should have stopped using words like natural law and morality since I haven't defined them yet. But they essentially they equate to not initiating harm. That's what morality is. That's what the law is not initiating harm. Because that's what violence is, and that's what immorality is. So morality is about not initiating harm. So your highest responsibility is to not initiate harm to others, the non-aggression principle, but also the self-defense principle. I guess that's what I mentioned at the end here, the last 2 points. So the highest responsibility to morality necessitates that you're not a master of others or slave to others, and that's when you're actually a true sovereign, where you accept that you do not control others and no one controls you. So you're not made a slave of others who are a master, and you're not a master who's making slaves of others. So this is where you have the right to be free from the initiation of violence. Sorry, my cat caused a disaster. Oh, well, anyways. You're not a master of others or slave to others. You have the right to be free from the initiation of violence, which is the non-aggression principle, and you have the right to defend yourself against the initiation of harm, which is when the non-aggression principle is violated. So that's essentially the difference between true sovereignty, or a true sovereign, and a false sovereign, which is why so many people, I don't know how many people, but there'd be a significant amount of people who you ask them, if you're a sovereign, well, they're automatically going to think of, oh, well, no, I'm not what has been historically referred to as a sovereign. I'm not a monarch or a government. So, no, I'm not a sovereign. But when you get down to what does it mean, above control, you should answer yes. If you want to, if you recognize that you are a free being, and if you don't, well, then it's because you don't recognize that you're a free being, and then, well, what's the opposite? That you're an enslaved being, and you think that that's a legitimate way of existence, for you to be an enslaved being? That's an interesting perspective on life. I'd say that's a very diseased and devolved consciousness that would produce such an outlook. And there needs to be some corrective evolution in consciousness required in that being, to think of themselves as an enslaved being, and as that's the natural state of things, right? No. So our inherent natural sovereignty and rights. That's what we have. We have inherent natural sovereignty and rights. The history of civilization, or so-called, quote, civilized society, is a cycle of denying sovereignty and rights to all, except for the few or select or elect, being the monarchy, minarchy, democracy, etc., whatever. That's what I see when I look at our history. It's a cycle of some people claiming that they have sovereignty and they have rights, but other people don't get to have those rights. Other people don't get to have sovereignty. But in truth, everyone is born sovereign. Convincing people they don't have sovereignty is done through mind control, which is primarily the belief in authority. Once you get suckered into the belief in authority, well, then you can easily accept that you don't have sovereignty, because only the authority has sovereignty, right? Only the authority is above control. They're the ones doing the controlling, and you're just a slave while they're a master, and they're superior over you because they have the superiority to control others. So if you accept the belief in authority, you're pretty much done for into accepting that you don't have sovereignty. So convincing people they don't have sovereignty is done through mind control, through the belief in authority, or convincing people they don't have sovereignty is also done through strength, of might makes right, to violate that sovereignty for those who don't buy into the con of authority and the belief in an obligation to be obedient to authority. So either you buy into the mind control of the belief in authority, and you already don't think that you have sovereignty, or at first you don't buy into it, but the violators, those who would be masters, attempt to be masters over others as slaves, well, they use strength. The might makes right. Their false natural law of it's not right that makes might, as Richard Wetherill coined in his book, Right Makes Might. No, they view it as might makes right. Whoever's the strongest, well, you get to decide. And that's social Darwinism, that's in eugenics. That's the whole underpinning ideology behind the social Darwinism and eugenics, is that, well, if you have the power to do it, well, then you can just do it, and that's what becomes truth, and that's what becomes moral. You just make whatever you want to be what it is, right? Black becomes white, up becomes down, well, because you have the power. You have the might to make it so. So you're the god over reality. You can just invert anything you want. So it's all about getting people to buy into the con of authority. That's what they're doing. This is the mind control belief in authority. And if you don't accept that belief in authority on first being presented, well, then they're going to use strength and might makes right to pound you into submission by violating your sovereignty until you accept the authority of others over you, that you have an obligation to be obedient to authority. So if you don't accept initially that you have an obligation to be obedient to authority through the mind control of the belief in authority, well, they're going to pound you in until you do accept it. So this is just my way of attempting to explain how everyone doesn't recognize that they are born sovereign and that they are still sovereigns. It's done through convincing people that they don't have sovereignty, or you beat it out of them by making them subjugate themselves to your authority. You only keep living in conditions that respect your natural sovereignty and your natural rights if you're willing to unite, fight, and die to stop others from violating them. Otherwise, you get enslaved. You always have sovereignty and natural rights by birth, despite them being violated or denied. So, for example, I've talked about this so far in the whole presentation about the importance of self-defense and the importance of uniting and being able and being willing to fight for it. And you have to be willing to die for it at some point. Otherwise, if you're not willing to fight and die for it, well, then you're just going to fight, and how far are you going to take it? If you're not going to be willing to stop violators to the point where your life is at risk, then they're just going to win, because you're not going to take it to the point where your life is at risk. So you have to be willing to put your life at risk. Not that you have to be willing, oh, well, I just have to just die, just accept that I'm going to die. No, you don't have to die. You have to be willing to accept that you might die because you're fighting against violators who are seeking to subjugate you and enslave you. They already are. So at a certain point, if someone comes at you and wants to rob you, well, you can fight them if you want, and saying, no, you're not going to take the 20, whatever. Say you have $100 in your wallet. No, you're not going to take the $100. I'm going to fight you and maybe die. Now, personally, I think it's better to try to enact justice after, or if you have a capability of defending yourself on equal footing or a greater power advantage, such as they come with a knife and you have a gun, you can defend yourself. If you live in an area where that's even allowed, not if your country's been made into a bunch of little cowards. And I could use other pejoratives, but anyways, let's try to keep it clean. If you're made into a coward, if your country has governments to the degree where you've been subjugated into such enslavement that you've been made into cowards because you're not even allowed to have guns, well, then that scenario won't apply to you. Someone could show up with a knife, and you can either have a knife and you could duke it out and try to prevent them from taking your $100, but I'd say $100, well, I'd prefer my life and maybe coming back and trying to enact justice against this person after the fact. But that's up to you. You can say, oh no, I'm going to risk my life for $100. That's perfectly legit. That's within your rights. You have a legitimate right to do that. And that's up to each person to decide how far they're willing to go. But this is more about the greater fight for the end of a persistent state of enslavement, right? I'm not talking about temporary acts of enslavement, which would be the case of a mugger. If someone's trying to rob you every day for $100, eventually you got to do something. All right, so eventually you got to be willing to fight and die, but the best option is to fight and die in unity. You have to use your will to unite with others morally to fight and die, to stop others from violating your natural rights. This is mostly, it's all about, so the whole presentation is about true freedom, which is about freedom for all, and the only way you get that is when everyone in your area is free and they're not persistently enslaved. So that's the whole theme of this, has to do with persistent enslavement. That's why the definition is the absence of persistent slavery in the aggregate. That's when you have true freedom. All right. So I think I've labored enough on that. So my example was you have 1 versus 1. In that situation where it's one person against one person, the violation is more manageable. You can have more ability to defend yourself and engage in self-defense at a more manageable level where the outcome is more on equal footing. But when you have one versus many, and of being born into a society of order followers defending an immoral way of life, well, that requires numbers to counter. So you're in your natural rights, and you're going to defend yourself against the violations of a big group of gangs of thugs who think they have the right to violate you. Well, you're just going to get squashed. And because most of society views that big group of gangs and thugs as being in the right, that they have rights that everyone else doesn't, everyone's been conditioned to believe that they don't have rights, that some of the rights they do have through their natural rights, that I don't know, that's not a right I have because that group over there, that gang of thugs, didn't say that I have that right, so I don't have that right. And people think like this. But if they didn't give them the right, then they don't have the right. Plus, this group, a gang thugs, says that they have rights that no one else has in existence. So they're inventing things that aren't rights and pretending that they are rights. So anything you try to do as a one person against their violations of this gang of thugs, well, most of the people who are under the conditioning of mind control, of the belief in authority, well, they're going to believe whatever the authority does is legitimate and warranted and is great and right and good. So not only are you going to get squashed and probably annihilated from existence if you do the one versus many route, but everyone else is just going to see you as, oh, there was another crazy person. How dare they be disobedient to the benevolence of authority? So when you're in a one versus many of being born into a society of order followers defending an immoral way of life, that requires numbers to counter. You have to have some large amount of quantity of people versus another large amount of quantity of people. It's not going to work with 1 versus 1,000 or 10,000. Not going to happen. Not going to happen if it's 10 versus 10,000. You have to have a significant amount of people in order to counter that level of violation. So that's where this bold part comes in again. You have to be willing to unite with others and fight and die to stop others from violating your natural rights. Eventually. I am not recommending you do that now. You can do whatever you want, and you will be within your natural rights, but that's not going to matter to a society who believes you don't have natural rights and thinks that your rights come from a group of gang thugs, criminals, who give you certain rights and can take them away at their leisure. All right, I think that's enough on that one. Inherent natural sovereignty and rights, slide number 2. No one can renounce their inherent rights. They can't be removed or denied by others or yourself. No one can accept being enslaved as a legitimate way of being or existing. Self-ownership can't be negated. And that's what I was getting at. Here, you can't, you can only try to make yourself a slave. You can't actually make yourself a slave. No one can actually, in right legitimacy as a right way of life, be a slave legitimately. So you can make yourself a slave and you can be enslaved, but that's not a legitimate way of life. It's not a way that things should or ought to be. That's just how you temporarily accept that condition and then move on with your life. Or if it's a persistent, permanent condition, well, that's something that a large group has imposed on individuals who only view themselves as separate individuals alone and don't engage in the willpower to cooperatively unite against that larger group of violators in order to do something about them. So you can't remove or deny your inherent rights. You can't accept being enslaved as a legitimate way of being or existing. You can say you're doing that, but it's not a right, it's a wrong. It's something wrong that's being done. It's not something that you have a right to do. When you try to do that and you say, oh yeah, go ahead, enslave me. I'm a slave. Oh, you can own me. That's not a right. It's not something right that you're doing. It's something wrong. Self-ownership can't be negated. The natural state of being under the default state of existence is without the master-slave relationship that others may create and impose upon you. Being harmed for the debt of initiating harm is not a violation of rights. One person initiated harm and the other person responded to the violator. So when one initiates harm, the one who responds may cause harm to the violator, but they're not initiating harm. So it's all about who started it. And I've gone into this in Force versus Violence in the first part 1 on rights. One or some can claim to be rulers or masters and other slaves, but it's a false claim. It's not an eternal truth, only a belief of a diseased or sick mind, like a psychopath. That's what a psychopath is. Psycho is psyche, your psyche, internally your psychology, and path is suffering, pathos, suffering. Suffering in your psyche. So when you believe in the legitimacy of authority and you believe in a claim to be masters, that the some can be rulers or masters and other slaves, well, that's demonstrating a belief that stems from a diseased or sick mind, psyche, consciousness. A condition or state might be of slavery, of master-slave relationships truly existing at the time, but it's not a true way to live, be, or exist. It's not a true path. It's not the path or the way that life should be. It can currently be where there's master-slave relationships, but that's not the true way. That's a false way. That's a false path of existence. Accepting a claim of slavery is a wrong. You can't voluntarily accept becoming a slave as a, quote, right. It's not a right. Your self-ownership, property, right can't be exchanged. You can't exchange it. You're the operator, you're the controller, you're the governor, you're the owner of you. You can't exchange. There is no voluntary exchange possible in rightful property ownership where you can exchange your self-ownership. It's an impossibility. So that's why no one can legitimately accept being enslaved as a way of existence. So currently now, we may be letting ourselves be enslaved, but it's not a right to do. And as Mark Passio has coined, humanity's one true divide is this. It's to be or not be a believer in the legitimacy of authority or slavery. That's what it comes down to. So you can either choose to accept that you're not living within natural rights, nor are you letting people live within their natural rights. Or you can live within your natural rights and respect the rights of others to also live in their natural rights, to not initiate harm, and to not have harm initiated against you. So another way of saying it is, do you believe people are property and slaves? That there is such a thing as legitimate authority over the lives of others to control what they do? Or do you believe that people are not property, that they are free by their very nature and existence? And all it takes is, on the side of truth, moral truth, natural rights, is it just takes an initial belief. You can say, yeah, I don't believe that. Even if you don't know it definitively, you can either believe one or the other. And then you can learn, okay, well, I don't believe people are the property, that they are free by their very nature and existence. Is that true? And then you can go find and figure out it's true. And that's what I'm trying to do, is demonstrate, so you can verify for yourself that, yes, that is the truth of our nature and our existence is that we're not property, and other people are not our property, and they're free by their very nature. So the one true divide is, you accept government or not? Is the government legitimate? The belief in authority, is it legitimate? Government, as it says here, it killed 250 million people last century. Can you imagine a world without it? Do you have that lost key of imagination in order to unlock the doors of potential and possibility for a future we can create? Because if you can't imagine a world without government, well, enjoy getting more slavery. Enjoy living like this, that other people are not going to live within their natural rights, and they're not going to let you live within their natural rights, and you believe that people are property and they're slaves. You believe that you're property and that you're slaves of another, and that others have the legitimate authority to control you. Well, that's what you're going to accept if you keep accepting this. And 250 million last century. What's going to happen this century? I don't know. But democide, go look up that term, democide. That's a real thing. All from this delusional belief in authority. So this is humanity's one true divide, and what government is predicated upon is a monopoly on violence, that the rules we make up and invent and the things we allow you to do and not allow you to do, and all this, well, it's all enforced by violence. All their ideas are corrupt. They're morally bankrupt. They're worthless. Because if you need violence to enforce your ideas are worthless. If their ideas were so noble and good, people would adopt them. It's like, oh no, well, you're not allowed to protest. You're not allowed to speak. Really? So authorities have determined that people are not allowed to protest, not allowed to speak, not allowed free speech. Or really, you don't have those rights. And here come the goons to use violence to, how did I phrase it in the previous slide? To stomp you down? What was it? Here? When they use strength. They're going to beat you down. I forget what I said. They're going to beat down. It's like, no, you're not allowed to speak. Get out of this area. Oh, no, you're not allowed to protest. Get out of this area. We're going to use violence because our idea of taking away your rights and not letting you speak, not letting you assemble, well, those are great ideas. And they're so great that we need to beat you into submission so that you accept that you're not allowed to speak where we tell you you're not allowed to speak. Yeah, it's a great system. Wonderful. Value your life. Is your life of value to you? Do you want to grow and improve? Maybe some people don't want to grow and improve, but probably their life is of value to them, right? So either way, you need to be free to do that. You need to have your rights respected for your life to continue unaccosted. Unaccosted means, well, you're not being hampered or prevented from living your life, which isn't what we have right now. There's many restrictions. Prohibition, licensure, taxation. So in reality, we all have infinite value and potential. There's so much we can do, so much humanity could do, acting together in a moral, a natural rights foundation of not initiating harm to others and not having harm initiated to you. Things could be so much better. But we're not there yet. People don't understand this, and that's what they need to understand in order to get there. You need the care and the knowledge, and then the courage and the will. And then eventually we can get there. So we have infinite value and potential, and we value our lives, even if we don't recognize that we do have infinite value and potential. So how could you allow someone to violate your rights, which jeopardizes the value of your life? So if you say you value your life, then how do you allow someone to violate your rights, which jeopardizes the value of your life? Isn't violence an act that devalues your life relative to before that act occurred? Something is stolen. Right? Before, something wasn't stolen, and then violence comes into the picture, and that steals something from you. Well, that devalues your life, because your life was more whole before you had something stolen from you. You had a certain composition of your state of being, and then something was stolen from you, so the composition of your state of being was degraded, therefore your life became devalued by someone else. They devalued it by stealing something. They stole something, so the value went down because they stole it. If you have $1,000 and someone steals $500, well, it got devalued. The amount you have got devalued. Went from 1,000 to 500. So when someone violates your rights, it jeopardizes the value of your life that you say you value. If you think someone can initiate violence against you, or that you shouldn't defend yourself, then you can't claim to have self-respect or self-love because you're fine with that violence. Violence will continue to be done to us until we gain the moral numbers to change that condition. To reach those numbers, moral education is what we can do with self-respect and self-love to end evil. So what's your choice? A world of freedom or a world with slavery? Because right now we have a mix of freedoms and slavery, levels and degrees of enslavement and levels of degrees of freedoms, but we don't have freedom, true freedom. So, do you want a world where it's normalized to have violence done to you or others, with most people supporting the violence and those that create that violence? Is that the world you really want to live in? I'm sure if most people, if asked this, they would say, no, they don't want to live in that world. But then you can ask them, well, do you recognize that we are currently enslaved and not free? And if you don't currently recognize that, well, here are some realities to clear that up. Right now, you have the theft of your free will to choose what to do with your earnings, and that's called taxation. You have the theft of your free will to do things that don't initiate harm to others. That's called licensure. You have theft of your free will to choose what does or doesn't go into your body. And that's prohibition or mandates. So if people want a world of freedom and they don't want a world with slavery, then they have to recognize that they're currently enslaved in order to motivate them to care to try to end it. And even that's a tall order, apparently. Some people can recognize the slavery, but well, what are they going to do about it? They don't think they can do anything. But if they want the freedom, well, there are requirements which are currently not being met. Requirements to create and get the condition of true freedom that doesn't exist yet. If they want freedom, a world of actual freedom that doesn't have slavery, that has persisted as a condition, then we have things that we have to do in order to get that. So what are those things? But before we get to those requirements, people need to ask themselves, do you have the self-love to help create true freedom and be free yourself? Or are you fine being a slave and prefer to stay in self-loathing. Because that's what it comes down to. I believe it's the next slide, next image. But that's what I was talking about here. Well, if you value your life, you value yourself, then you have to have the self-respect and self-love to keep that value when others repeatedly steal it. Because if they're initiating harm against you and you keep letting that happen, you're not doing anything to stop it. Like, there's the difference between physically acting against the violator, the violence that is all around us, and not being able to because you're one versus many, right? And here at the bottom here, I mentioned that. When you have one versus one, well, you can manage. It's much more manageable to deal with that violence. But when it's one versus many, well, you're going to have some problems. That's why you need other people to be on the same page in individual unity with morality, and then together you unite on that same moral foundation and help each other to cooperate and to optimize our survivability together. So if you're not willing to learn, if you don't even have the imagination to see that things can be a different way, well, maybe someone else does. Maybe you can go learn about these topics and see, well, how can we create and get the condition of true freedom that doesn't exist yet? What are these requirements? If that's something that can be, how do we get there? And if you don't care about getting there, then you're just fine accepting how you're currently enslaved. So that means you lack self-love. That means you're in a position of self-loathing. You don't respect yourself truly because you're fine just being a slave and living that way. So either you have the self-love to want to create true freedom and try and work your way to figuring out how to do that, even if you don't know how to do it. So what are the requirements to actually get true freedom? Whoa, why is this so pixelated? What is going on here? Alright, that's better. What are the requirements to actually get true freedom? Well, you have to oppose the opposite of freedom, which is slavery. You cannot be a supporter of slavery. You cannot be a generator of slavery. You can't be creating it yourself, obviously. But you also can't be a supporter of it. So anyone or any group or any organization or any whatever collection of individuals or any individual or collection of individuals that are initiating harm, are making claims of ownership on others' rightful property, which is a false claim, and that's slavery. So you have to oppose slavery if you actually want true freedom. That's opposing the master-slave relationship. And to do that, well, you have to acquire the knowledge of the objective difference between right versus wrong. That is, having developed conscience. That is a properly developed conscience. And if you don't have the objective difference between what is right and what is wrong, which is what morality is, you don't have a developed conscience. You can have some conscience. Maybe you understand some things that are right and some things that are wrong, but you don't truly understand it definitively. So you don't really have the knowledge of the difference between the two. What you have is some knowledge about some things that are right and some things that are wrong, but you don't really know how to distinguish the difference between the two. But when you have the knowledge of the objective difference, the definitive knowledge, then you have a developed conscience, because you know by definition, what the difference is. And that means you understand that you don't steal. Other people don't steal. They don't have the right to steal. You don't have the right to steal. Those are the 7 main thefts. And this is what natural moral law is about. That's what moral law, or just law. That's about not initiating harm. Initiating harm is a wrong. That is what is immoral. So the first part is, that's what the first part is exercising conscience, one of two, the non-aggression principle. And when harm is initiated, but you have to not tolerate it. Initiating harm is not tolerated is where the self-defense principle comes in. And that's where you exercise conscience, part 2 of 2. The first part is the non-aggression principle, and the second part of exercising conscience is the self-defense principle. So you have the knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong. You choose the right over the wrong so that you do not initiate harm. And if harm is initiated, then you engage in the self-defense principle in order to deal with it. So you have a developed conscience, and then you exercise conscience in one part, and then when that one part is violated, then you exercise conscience in a second capacity. So once you have all these blocks, so you have to oppose the opposite of freedom, which is slavery, and that requires knowing the difference between right and wrong to know what slavery is. Because if you don't have the knowledge of what's right and wrong, you're not going to know what slavery is, so you're not going to know what to oppose. So you could oppose things that are rights and think that they're wrong, or you could support things that are wrong because you think they're right. So you have to have the developed conscience, and then you have to exercise it in one capacity and then in a second capacity. And then after that, well, you also need to teach this objective difference between right and wrong, and the development of conscience and the exercise of conscience. So even if you as an individual have a developed conscience and you exercise the non-aggression principle, and then when the non-aggression principle is violated, that you exercise the self-defense principle, well, that's fine and dandy for yourself. But if you're living with other people who don't live this way, then you're not going to have true freedom. You're not going to have a condition of living in true freedom, because the requirements are not met, because part of that is teaching this to other people, to live this way. And if we can get enough people to understand to live this way, and not only understand it, but to actually live this way, so to understand and gain this knowledge, to develop their conscience, then they can exercise their conscience truly. They can exercise their developed conscience as opposed to exercising their half-assed, halfway, undeveloped conscience, where they're walking on the checkerboard floor of not knowing if they're actually walking on a square of evil or a square of good, a square of morality, a square of immorality, a square of right or a square of wrong. So that's what happens when you don't have a developed conscience. So you need the developed, you need to exercise it, and you need to teach that to others so that we can all get the aggregate moral society that many of us want, and some of us say we want, but aren't yet at a place of understanding how to do it, or if they do understand, then they're too lazy to get involved on the battlefield. And that's the hard part here, is the teaching. Because you can do this yourself as an individual, and that's what you have control and power over. And the hard part is teaching it. That's the great work, is getting other people to understand it. Because you have control over you, but you can't make other people do things. They have to take the time and energy and attention and persistence and dedication and determination in order to acquire the knowledge first. And this process has to happen over and over and over with so many people. And then we get a significant majority that can change the condition that we live in, and that becomes our new condition. So we only get the aggregate moral society if enough people learn and enough people teach so that more people can learn this. And when we get that aggregate moral society, well, that's true freedom, where there's no slavery, there's no more master-slave relationships that are tolerated. Not that they won't ever be created. Someone can attempt to create it. They can initiate harm and put you in a temporary state of enslavement for that momentary period in time. And then it either goes away, they go away on their own, they try it with someone else, or you deal with it and prevent it from happening to someone else. So that's how you get true freedom, which is true anarchy. And I think that leads into the next slide on anarchy. What does anarchy mean? Well, again, we have to preface things with true, because it's not freedom like people think they have freedom now. No, they have freedoms, they don't have true freedom. And true anarchy is contrasts with how people view anarchy, which is just chaos to them. People breaking stuff and no order and anyone just doing whatever they want. Well, that's not true anarchy. So true anarchy, you can find out what it means by just looking at the etymology. An archon, without ruler. And as we'll understand here, the other way of understanding is without masters, because what a ruler is someone who has subjects, people who are subjugated, and that means that they act as a master over others as slaves. So a ruler and subjects is the same as a master and a slave. You can just have different degrees of enslavement. Ball and chain versus fiefdom or feudalism, etc. Less severe, it's another form of slavery. It's another master. A ruler is a master, and what they have are subjects, which are slaves. So that's what I'm describing here, just from the, I think is what I'm describing here from the etymology, without a ruler. So what's a ruler? One who rules or governs, especially in reference to superior or sovereign authority. And I put here in parentheses, over others. One who rules or governs, because as we looked at the definition of sovereignty, well, you can rule and govern and be a master of yourself. That's the legitimate form. That's the only legitimate form. So when you're a superior sovereign authority, not over yourself, but over others, that's what Edom Online was referencing here. One who rules or governs, especially in reference to superior or sovereign authority. They're referring to the standard interpretation of a monarch or a government. There is no one who controls above them, above that entity or collective, and it's over others. So again, superior. We already looked at sovereign, so reference to superior. What's superior? Is higher in position, that you have a higher authority than someone else. Because a true sovereign isn't higher in position of rulership, because everyone's equal. Because each individual only has rulership of themselves. Self-ruler, self-master, self-govern, etc. Other terms to refer to the same thing. Superior sovereign authority over others means others are not equal to the ruler. Others obey as inferiors, subjects that are subject to the ruler's will. They are subjugated. Whoops. So if you're subjugated, well, that's from the Latin subjugare. I don't know how to pronounce it properly, probably. So it's from Latin, to subjugate, to subdue, literally bring under the yoke. So subdue is to conquer, and reduce to subjection. From sub, under, below, and ducere, I don't know, to lead. So to lead under. You're subduing them under you. That's what a ruler is. And that's what a master is. Just when you have someone who's a subject under you, well, that's just, they're a slave under you. And subjection is obedience, submission, servitude, bondage, lordship, control. That's essentially what a slave is made into. A slave is subjected to the control of another, to the will of another, under penalty of greater initiation of harm if they don't accept that coercion. Rulers are above their subjects, who are obedient, and who are brought under them. They are conquered. The will of the individual subjects is secondary. So their own individual will is secondary, and it's usurped by the will of the rulers. The rulers are obeyed, or else violence ensues. The rulers are masters over others who are slaves. Preserving freedom through defense. So I guess I haven't hammered it home enough, the importance of defense. So here's my final attempt to bring that through. So freedom is a property of each of us. Each of us own the property of freedom. It's a property, quality, characteristic, attribute, an aspect of our very nature, of our being. We are born free and sovereign. Sovereign, we're free beings. That's what it means. So not only is it a property, characteristic, attribute, and aspect and quality of who we are, it's also a property right that we have. And we don't negotiate for it, such as pleading, begging, or petitioning. We have to be willing to do what is necessary to keep our property rights from being infringed, to keep them secured. That's the responsibility of property ownership. Otherwise, in failing to enact our will in defense of our rights and property, the result is that whoever wants to make false claims of ownership over others' property and claim the, quote, right to rule and enslave will get what they set their will to do. That's because they're acting. They're creating actions and behaviors into existence. And causality, the law of causality, part of natural law in the universe, is that, well, causality kicks in as soon as something is introduced in reality, and they're generating actions and behaviors to create a certain outcome, to generate and manifest a certain result in reality. And if there's no other action or behavior countering the attempt to create that result in reality, then guess what? They're going to get that result in reality. Their will be their will that drives that the enactment of their will is what produces the actions and behaviors. So they will get what they set their will to do, because other people are not enacting their will in defense of rights, natural rights, and property rights. So the result is whoever is applying their will to generate actions and behaviors to create things are going to get that thing created. So if we don't want that to get created and we do nothing Well, that's what we're creating. We're creating nothing. So the ones who are creating something else, well, that something else is what is going to be created. It's just purely logical and completely follows the laws of causality. There's no need to say it in any other terms that can be more ambiguous or fantastical. It's not the universe respecting anything. The universe is respecting evil. There's no respect. It's just causality. You're gonna act. Well, you're acting and someone else isn't acting. Well, nothing's gonna happen for them because they're not acting. And the ones who do act are gonna get what their actions create. It's just that simple. Causality is there. There's no need for any intent or choice on the part of the universe. Causality is just an input-output. It's a relationship between a cause that produces an effect. So people continually give validation to the enslavement system by being willing to negotiate with it. People beg for less enslavement, negotiating with mindsets like, I'll vote for your brand of lesser enslavement. I'll vote for you if you enslave me less. And what a great way to progress through existence and life. Cheers. This is a brilliant way to progress through life. That's what we have. People engage in the folly of giving away their sovereignty, making themselves slaves by representative politics, having someone else represent you, abdicating your personal responsibility for your own sovereignty, self-ownership, and actions, and taking care of shit in your life. Just give that to someone else instead, because that's going to make things better, right? And then when things don't go right, oh no, the people who I gave my power to decided to violate my natural rights and initiate harm against me. What do people do? They plead, and they beg, and they petition. And I'm not saying no one has a right to protest. People have a right to protest and air their grievances. It helps make other people aware of the immorality that's occurring. And that's up to them to judge that. If they had a definitive knowledge between what is right and wrong, they could discern that, yeah, there's people initiating harm, that's creating evil, that's immoral, it's a wrong. But they don't have that knowledge. So even without that definitive knowledge, protests, airing grievances, publicly speaking about injustices, whether perceived or real, whether it's just some nonsensical, quote, social justice warrior narrative of an alleged injustice, because they don't have an actual understanding of what right and wrong is. They just make up things in their deluded consciousness, their imagination factory, powered by an abstraction engine. Well, they abstract and imagine things, and then they can air their grievances, sure. But all of these things is, apart from trying to get other people aware, if you're actually there to beg and plead the government to listen to you and to change their ways, well, I think you got things a bit backwards. So protest and raise awareness and stuff, no problem with that. But it depends on what your goal is. If your goal is just pleading them to, like, please, master, don't beat me 7 days a week, beat me 4 days a week instead, or only beat me 1, not 7. I'm going to vote for this other guy because he's going to enslave me less. That's what the petitions are. Oh, look, we got a million petitions. Oh, look, there's people who think this way. Please listen to us, right? We are the people. The government represents us. Blah, blah, blah. They have to hear us. Well, they don't have to hear you. what does it matter? It only matters to an individual who wants to placate their way into getting votes next time. But that doesn't matter, not to the whole agenda. Whether they win or someone else wins in the next round of representation where you give power to other people to decide how to run your life and rule and control you, well, the same system keeps on going. It's just you're going to get a brand of lesser enslavement. Okay. You're gonna, instead of 7 beatings, it'll be 6 beatings a week. Okay, great. You've reduced the amount of beatings. That's an improvement, sure. Was that the way we're going to progress? We're going to diminish each enslavement by upholding each degree of enslavement is going to be removed by upholding a system of enslavement which validates further violations of our rights through the belief in the legitimacy of authority to control and rule others. Well, that doesn't make much sense to me. You're knocking it back a foot, knocking it back 1 point or 2, but you're still keeping it alive so that it can keep going forward. And, over here, on this side, look over here, and we're gonna reduce the initiation of harm in this area. But then over here, well, don't look over here, but we're gonna increase the amount, the degree of enslavement, the violation. We're gonna remove the initiation of harm on the left side, but on the right side, we're gonna increase the initiation of harm, or whatever side, 10 feet across from each other, there's initiation of harm, and then they're gonna say, oh yeah, we're gonna remove it, but then over here, they're just gonna increase it. That's because of the whole structure of the system. That's why in the previous presentation, don't be a wall, don't be a brick in the wall, going through the system to fix the system that's inherently flawed and inherently designed to be immoral. Well, it's not going to work. I don't know, people can think it's going to work, but it's not. It's like reducing the amount of enslavement. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's like, great, beat me 6 days instead of 7. That's an improvement. That's not a solution. As long as you work through systems of oppression and initiation of harm against people who don't initiate harm, you create violence against non-violent people. Well, if you're supporting a system that does that, you're not actually going in the right direction. Even if you get 1 less beating per week, 1 day is free of beating, or whatever. It's an analogy. Even if you reduce it, all you're doing is obfuscating the reality of your enslavement and keeping it alive. Just like, oh, here's a win here. Oh, good job. Yeah, you begged your way towards less enslavement. Okay, congratulations. Oh, go back to sleep now. Everything's fine. See, you won. You got your lesser enslavement. Everything's done. Battle's over. There you go. Go back to life. Everything's good. We're just gonna keep enslaving you, but you fought for your lesser amount of beatings every day or every week. So, congratulations. Well, you're still enslaved. You reduced the beatings, but now they're gonna start cutting you, or they're gonna do something else. Well, they're going to be able to do something else because of the belief in authority and the belief that there's legitimacy to act that way. That people believe that that's a valid way to live and exist when it isn't. So anyways, this is just hammering home. You don't negotiate for your freedom. You secure it, and you take on that responsibility to enact your will. Either as an individual, when it's a one-on-one thing, that's manageable. But when it's a one versus many, you can't do it as an individual. You have to get the help of others. And that requires teaching morality so that other people can be on the same page as you here. And then more people can be on the same page. And then eventually that builds up, and we get the result we want of no more master-slave relationships. So we have our threat, right? What is the biggest factor that inhibits morality and freedom, creating the most immorality? Well, that's the belief in the legitimacy of authority to control others living rightfully. That's violence. People who are not initiating harm are living rightfully, and they're going to have harm initiated against them. They're going to have violence created for their non-violent existence. And that's what the belief in the legitimacy of authority to control others is doing. That's what people are validating as a way of life when that is accepted. So if you believe in the legitimacy of authority, well, that's the biggest factor that's inhibiting us from going forward. That's what's creating the most immorality. And this is government or monarchy, etc. It's anyone who thinks they have a right to initiate harm. So it doesn't have to be government, doesn't have to be monarchy. It can be another gang, it can be an individual. And that's when you use violence against people that are exercising their rights. They're living within their rights, but you're using violence against them. And that's what's been happening throughout history. People want to be masters, they want to be rulers, they want to control. Other people say no, so they hurt them more. Oh, you don't want to accept my coercion of your will and do what I say? Okay, well, I'm just going to hurt you more. Oh, I'll even just murder you and get you. That'll send a message to others. Oh, you want to get executed? No, well, then you better fall in line. That's what we have. That's what the majority have accepted, so that's what we continue to get. And until the majority decides, no, we're not going to put up with this, well, then the majority is deciding the other aspect, the corollary of, yeah, we are going to put up with it. So it keeps happening because we keep putting up with it. That's as simple as it is. It keeps happening because we put up with it. That's what the whole point of it being tolerated and accepted and normalized and standardized and supported. Because we keep putting up with it. We tolerate it, we accept it, we normalize it and standardize it as part of society. And there it is. And people accept that condition as the way things should be. Well, that's the way it is. Government's great. That's the standard of society. That's just normal. That's the way it should be. Well, if we don't want to be violated, that's not the way it should be. And people don't even understand that they're being violated. So that's the threat. And what do we have? We have the lost and confused in our society. People say they want to live in peace, have good for themselves and others, but at the same time they want government to exist. They support the belief in the legitimacy of authority to control others, to create violence. So it doesn't make sense. They say they want something, but then they also support the opposite that goes against the thing they say they want, and it goes against the ability to create that thing they say they want. So in essence, they are advocating for violence. And when you create violence, you're creating a false claim of ownership. And that's what slavery is. So when you advocate for violence, that means you want slavery to exist. Whether you know it or not, it doesn't matter. That's what you're actually doing. So all this is antithetical to good. People say they want to live in peace and have good for themselves and others, well, and then they want government. Well, that's antithetical to good. They support the opposite of their claim. This is the claim, and then this is what they're actually doing. So you're never going to get the peace and good for yourself and others if you're supporting the thing that's antithetical to creating good. A system of enslavement cannot create the good of living in peace with others. That's the deception they sell people on. That they're going to create order and law, but they're not actually following real law, moral law. They're creating their own law to supplant that. And they're acting as gods because that natural law doesn't matter. They're going to create their own law, and they can just reject that natural law. They don't care about the truth. They're going to make truth whatever they want it to be. Because it's all about control. It's about being gods, being a god, or being the god. Where they get to make up what the laws are in the universe. They get to make up what the truth is in the universe. It's not the universe, nature, truth, reality, existence itself demonstrating what is there. No, they get to decide and be an arbiter of truth and go against what is actually present. So it's antithetical to good, what they actually support. It supports the opposite of the claim that they say they want. And that means they don't actually want what they claim. They say they want this, but they support this, so they don't actually want that because they support the thing that's opposite to actually creating what they say they want. So in essence, that means they're lost, confused, and clueless. People who think like this, they're in serious need of education. That's why the moral education is so important. They're just lost and confused and clueless. So we have our threat of the belief in authority, and then we have the lost and confused that keep that threat perpetuating. So they don't know how to get what they want. They say they want this, but they don't know how to get it because they're supporting the opposite. And then that shows you that they don't even know what they want. They say they want this, but they also want this. Well, which one is it? So you don't even know what you want, because if you want this, you can't have this. And if you want this, you can't have this. So do they even know what they want? Do they actually want true freedom? Or do they want slavery? And then if you explain true freedom to people, then they'd probably say, it's too complicated, that's too much work, too much responsibility. And that's what they run from. Fear of owning personal responsibility, which is coming up in a few slides. So they don't even know what they really want, and they don't really know what they are even talking about. They're just talking out of their ass. I think smacked asses is how Passio has put it. They're so lost and confused, clueless. They don't know what they want. They don't know how to get what they say they want. And they don't even really know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about when it comes to government and how good it is. They don't even know what they're talking about when they say they want to live in peace and good, because they're not even willing to even figure out how you can actually create that truly, in truth. And then even if they do, well, then comes the personal responsibility ownership part that they run like hell from. It's too much work. They just want to live their life and have fun and enjoy themselves. So they choose this one in reality. Say they want this, but that's too much work for them. They don't want to actually create that and live like this in the end. So they'll accept levels of enslavement because it's easier and more comfortable. People accept comfortable enslavement over the difficult freedom and dangerous freedom of the unknown possibilities that freedom entails. So I'll bring in an analogy that Passio has used. Is people say they want something, they want freedom, they want peace, they want good, they want social harmony. So that's saying, well, I want dry clothes. Okay, good, you want dry clothes. Well, how are you going to do that? Oh, well, I also want and support others that wet the clothes that I want to dry. So they want to dry the clothes, but they also want to wet the clothes, and they're going to support others that wet the clothes. So are you going to get your dry clothes, or are you going to get wet clothes? Well, if you want wet clothes as well, and you're going to support others that are actually wetting the clothes, then I'm pretty sure the clothes are going to stay wet and you're not going to get your dry clothes. So this analogy is similar, but statists ignore the causal relationship of the non-slavery requirement for a true condition of good, peace, and freedom. So in this part, to get their dry clothes, well, that's to get your peace and having good for yourselves and others. Well, here it's a simple analogy of, well, don't wet the clothes and you're going to get dry clothes. Eventually they'll dry off. Well, in here, if you want peace and good for yourselves and others, then don't support government. Don't support the belief in the legitimacy of authority to control others. And that's because they don't see the relationship of, in order to get non-slavery, the requirement is to not support a system of enslavement. And that's how you're going to get your good, your peace, your freedom, your social harmony. So again, people need to ask themselves, ask yourself, do you want true freedom? How much do you want it? What are you willing to do to get it? Do you only care about having freedoms for yourself personally and or your family? Or do you want freedom for all? Do you only want freedom passively in the context of accepting it if it happens? Or will you actively work to fulfill the requirements to make freedom a reality? Do you actually want to make freedom a reality with your actions of fulfilling the requirements to make it happen? Do your actions align with what you say you want? Do you reject the initiation of harm as a way of life? Are you still a supporter and believer of authority to control or rule others who don't initiate harm? These are some serious questions people need to ask themselves and see how they answer. If you want freedom, well, how are you going to get it? Do you even understand how you're going to get it? Or do you not even understand that? Because a lot of people think, well, government is how they're going to get freedom. We need a little bit more government to control things more, and that'll finally get people to live in social harmony and live in peace. Yeah, because that's going to happen without this, right? Without having this, yeah, that's really going to happen. When there's undeveloped conscience and there's people living in wrong and immorality because they don't know the difference and they're initiating harm, yeah, that's really going to happen. So if you want freedom, how much do you want it? What are you willing to do? Are you willing to learn? Are you willing to go figure it out? Okay, maybe not. Maybe you haven't found the source, but they're out there. There's more people talking about it now, thanks to the work of Mark Passio and elucidating a lot of these understandings. So what are we willing to do? Are we willing to learn but then not willing to teach? Are we willing to learn and teach but then not willing to unite with people? I don't know. What are people willing to do? It first starts with learning and then teaching it so that more people can understand it, so that the voice of truth gets progressively louder and louder and louder and combats the voice of falsity. And a lot of the problem is that people don't want true freedom. They just only want freedom for their self personally or their family. They don't want freedom for all. Or maybe they do want that, but it's only accepting it if it happens. Like if other people work to make it happen, then they're going to passively accept the freedom. Like, oh yeah, I'll take freedom for all as long as I don't have to do any work for it. And everyone else can do the work for it. And then when it happens, well, yeah, I'll gladly welcome it. I want my freedom passively. I'll accept it if it happens. So if you want freedom, well, what are you willing to do? Are you going to actively work to fulfill the requirements to make freedom a reality? Right? Where was that? Here. Well, these are the requirements. You have to develop a conscience, and you have to exercise conscience, and other people have to do the same thing, and that requires teaching, that requires sharing. If that's not happening, well, then the requirements aren't being met. And if you're not doing that work, well, then you're not part of fulfilling those requirements. And freedom is not going to become a reality. So how much do you align with what you say you want? Do your actions align with what you say you want? Or do you just say you want things? Oh yeah, I want it a little bit, not too much. I care about it a little bit, but only for me and my family. That's what I'm willing to work on. And freedom for all, well, that's just too much work. I'm just going to focus on me and my family and, do my little escapism homestead and just try to eke out a more independent, self-sufficient living. And, freedom for all, that's just too much work. I don't want that responsibility. That's what we have. So a lot of people who understand things, maybe not at the depth of how it's explained by others, such as Mark Passio or other people taking that information and running with it, adding on to it, explaining it in their own way, or other information that other people put out. You got David Icke and Jordan Maxwell, Michael Tsarion. There's lots of big names who, Alex Jones, big names who talk about various aspects of wrongs in the world. And maybe they understand it to this depth. Maybe they don't, but they understand. I'm not pointing to those people. I'm saying you can be someone who understands things, but what are you doing about it? All the people I just mentioned, they're very popular, but they have been doing something. They have been talking about problems and some solutions, but first you got to understand the problem. So someone like Alex Jones, well, that's what his niche is, his target audience. That's what he's been about, is showing the problems. All of the documentaries that he's made in the early 2000s, maybe late 90s, and ongoing, well, it's all been about exposing the problem. Like, there's a problem here, people. Come on. Let's try to do something about it. So whether it's in-depth knowledge of understanding the solution, or it's just exposing the various effects that keep manifesting themselves, well, that's bringing more awareness to the problem to eventually get people to realize that there is a need for a solution because there is a problem. And then, well, what is that solution? Well, that's something you can figure out. And I'm among many, and there could be more, there needs to be more of us who are explaining all these things. And that's how you're going to get other people to understand it, by putting more of the information out in various ways, in various mediums of expressing this understanding that some people will be more receptive to. You can make a song in whatever genre, country, rock, hip-hop, pop, whatever, make a song of freedom and explain all this. Use some lyrical, poetic word symbol magic and structure a message that rhymes or whatever, goes to a melody and people will listen to it and be like, wow, this message is profound. And it could explain these things. There's other ways to do it. This is how I'm best able to do it, is through analyzing and taking the data and refining it, and I guess condensing it and expounding upon it, which I guess is not condensing it in some respect. Anyways, you gotta get involved. What are you willing to do? How much do you want it? If you want it bad enough and you care enough, then you're going to activate yourself through your will to engage in actions which can further increase the requirements, which is, again, people need to develop conscience, so they need to know the difference between right and wrong. Definitively, objectively is the best, but if you can expose things in reality that are showing, well, this is wrong, and people can obviously see it, like Alex Jones has done for a long time. Well, here's the wrong, here's a wrong, here's a wrong, here's a wrong, here are all the wrongs. Well, that helps towards doing work to get people to see the problem, and then eventually either finding it or imagining it, envisioning it themselves of what the actual solution is to get rid of it. So that brings us, well, how much do you want it? How much do you care? Well, the care for freedom. We have the passive and the active, which is what I just went over somewhat. If you have a passive care for freedom, you have a small desire. It's affirmed mentally or verbally. You're just saying you want freedom. It's lip service. You're not willing to do what is needed. You're yearning for it, but not acting to get it. You'll just welcome it if it happens. That's when you have a passive care. When you have an active care, well, that's a deep desire. You could say this is the way I view it, it's a flame. Instead of a spark, you can view it as divine spark, whatever. At the core of your being, there is a spark, and it can be ignited into a flame. And that's initiated through the care for truth, especially moral truth. And that's the deep desire within you at the core of your being, because that's at the core. That fire is ignited at the core, the essence. So from that deep desire, your care for freedom is affirmed, not just mentally or verbally, as lip service, saying you want freedom, but through your action, by doing things which could be verbal, such as speaking or writing or doing other things that actually act towards creating, head in the direction of creating true freedom, as opposed to just stating it. That, oh yeah, I affirm this mentally and verbally. That I'm saying, oh, I want freedom. That's just mentally affirming it. But when you're teaching about freedom, that's when you're affirming it through action, because you're taking action to teach it and get other people to understand it and what the requirements are to actually get it. You're not just saying it, but you're acting to make it happen. You're doing what is required to actualize that goal. You care for your goal of having freedom, of being free, where you're going to do actions that lead to actualizing the goal. Your actions work to create true freedom. You're not just yearning for it and not acting. And you're going to make it happen. Your actions are going to help make it happen, because you're part of that, bringing awareness and knowledge of right versus wrong. To expose the wrongs is important. That's the power of the negative. The negatives, the wrongs need to be known in order for you to not support them, in order for you to not create them, and for you to not support them. Because again, as I've mentioned before, if you don't know the negative, the evil, the falsity, then you could be in falsity. You could be saying things that are false and thinking they're true because you don't know that they're true. And the same thing for creating evil, creating immorality, creating wrongs into the world. Well, if you don't know the difference, then how do you know that what you're doing is not the thing that you claim that you're not doing? How do you know that it's doing what you're actually stating that it's doing? Well, you don't, because you don't have a definitive knowledge. So the passive has a corollary with a lower will. That's where you focus on my freedoms for me. That's the mini-me Satanism of my freedom, my truth, my survival, my life. It's what I want to do. I focus on my personal life. It's my degree of, quote, freedom, quote, survival, quote, life, quote, happiness, etc. And that's letting slavery be. Now, the corollary for when you're active, when you've activated yourself at the core of your being, when that spark is turned into a flame, that dormant spark is waiting there for all of us to be ignited. And when you ignite that flame of care for truth, then you have a deep desire, and that transforms you into a higher will. You have lower focus, or your lower will, and then you have a higher consciousness, a higher, truer, realer will in alignment with moral law, moral truth. So instead of focusing on my freedoms for me, how I can make my personal life better, or you have your focus on true freedom, freedom for all. So it's freedom for me and everybody else together. And this is about not what I want to do, but what I should do, what I must morally do. Instead of focusing on your personal life alone, you can still have focuses on your personal life. But you also have to have sacrifices in your personal life. And when you're in this alignment, you work for moral education. That's doing the great work, with the goal of ending evil or slavery, not focusing on your degrees of freedom and survival and happiness that you can attain and letting slavery be. See, so these are the two contrary paths that one can have when you have actual true care for freedom versus you just say you care for freedom, but you fall more in line with this. So true freedom is freedom for all, because freedom only happens when it applies to all. And of course, I'm using capital F freedom here. I didn't want to say true freedom is true freedom for all, because true freedom only happens, too much true freedom. So I start off with true freedom to make it clear that that's what we're talking about. So anytime there's a capital F, it's always about freedom for all. And anytime I've used a lowercase f, which I've used in a few slides back, well, that was referring to, like, you can be free yourself and not have any initiations of harm happening to you, but you're not in capital F freedom. You're still in a low freedom, even if you have no violations against you. But other people are being violated persistently. Well, you don't have true freedom. You can have freedom, lowercase f, for yourself, but you're not going to have uppercase freedom, true freedom for all, because that only happens when it applies to all. We will never have true freedom if individuals only care about, quote, my freedoms. And that's what we have. As Mark Passio has emphasized over and over and over for years, that's what the truth movement is, or the freedom movement. It's all just, quote, my freedom, my survival, my truth, my life. And it is about freedom for all, because no one lives alone, separated from others. If you want freedom for yourself, then you have to want freedom for everyone. You're not going to just get freedom for yourself as if you live on an isolated island separate from others, where the actions of others don't touch or affect you. No one lives like that. Unless you completely live isolated in a forest that no one knows about you and you have no interactions with others. I don't know if anyone actually lives like that. It's possible. I wouldn't know about them because they're living like that. And neither would anyone else know about them. So, anyways, that's not the reality most people live under. We're not living on isolated islands, completely separate from others, where their actions don't affect us, okay? That's not the reality that exists for, I'd say, every single person on the planet. Because even then, we're all actually on one island, floating in space, right? That's where we are. All this. Another analogy, we're in space, and, well, here's Earth. Well, we're still on that spaceship Earth, flying through space, right? So, even then, even if you are that isolated hermit that no one knows about, well, you're still on the planet, and if immorality gets so big that, we could destroy ourselves, well, guess what? You're on that bandwagon, heading off the cliff yourself. You're on that cart being driven off the cliff. Doesn't matter if you're living isolated in the forest somewhere. So you getting freedom is, unfortunately, directly linked or chained to others' behaviors in the society in which you live. The ignorance of others keeps us enslaved. Their ignorance is our collective enslavement. And it's very important to understand that part. The ignorance of others keeps us enslaved. Their ignorance is our collective enslavement. We are chained into an immoral condition of living, slavery, if the majority of aggregate behaviors support, tolerate, or create immorality. You trying to live morally isn't enough to get freedom, true freedom, especially when you're coerced into feeding the immorality, such as by taxes. Society reflects the majority. If the majority lives themselves, specifically, as creators of initiation of harm, of wrongs, or they support or tolerate others doing that, then that's whatever the majority support as a condition and way of life, then that's the condition and way of life that we will have. Society is just a reflection of what the majority of people either create themselves or allow others to create, and they sustain that as a condition of living that becomes normalized and standardized as a way of life. So here's another way of understanding what rightful liberty is. You could say rightful freedom is unobstructed action according to our will within limits drawn around us by the equal rights of others. That was said by Thomas Jefferson. So, was he flawed? Did he live by this, an actual deep understanding? I don't think so. As I recall, I could be mistaken, but he had some slaves. Maybe he kept them in order to prevent them from being abused and beaten in the other plantations or whatever by other people who thought they could own, and was protecting them. That's another argument to be made, but whatever way you see it, I'm not talking about whether the individual 100% lived up to the statement they make here, if they understood it 100% the way that we understand it now. I'm just talking about the statement, so you want to look at the person in contradiction to their statement. Okay, that's not going to invalidate what they're saying. Either what they said is true or it's not true. So this is a good way of understanding that your freedom is unobstructed action according to your will. So whatever you want to do, but there's limits to it. And those limits are everyone else around us that is living within their rights. We all have equal rights, and those others live within their equal rights. Well, then those are the limits around us. And anything that doesn't violate those limits, those boundaries, well, that's any action we want to engage in. That's what this quote means. And this is just a visualization to explain it. So we have an individual, you, me, anybody, and we have actions we can take. So all these actions are going out, and most of them are unobstructed actions. It's a right to do. We have a right to do them. But some of these actions are things that would affect others. So we can't obstruct the will of others because, well, we can't obstruct their will because this other is living within the boundary of natural rights. That's the natural moral law boundary limits are being respected, them as an individual. So you as an individual are also living within your boundaries. So this is you and this is me. Well, if I'm living in my boundaries, then an action you take can't obstruct my will because I'm living within the boundaries of natural moral law. Anyone's actions towards others are obstructed by the rights of others living within the boundary of natural moral law. None can rightfully obstruct the will of others who are aligned with natural rights. Because you're not initiating harm, there's no wrong or violence created. So your action can be a positive for them, but whatever their will is, if they're not initiating harm, then they have a right to do those actions just like you would have a right to do your actions, as long as they don't come into conflict with me respecting the moral law boundary. So you have a moral law boundary as well, and so long as I am respecting that boundary, then my will cannot be impeded, and I can do all the unobstructed actions I want because I'm also not violating the will of others who are not initiating harm. But contrasting that, if the other is outside of the boundary conditions, that means the limits are being opposed, the natural moral law limits are being imposed and violated, not imposed, opposed, they're being opposed and violated. Well, this is the other, oh yeah. So the other is beyond the natural law protection, so they're no longer protected. So whatever their will is, they are now a will of a violator. These are violating, is a person who is a violator of natural moral law. So if I have actions, I'm allowed to obstruct their will because their will is in violation of not initiating harm, of not creating a wrong or violence. Now they are initiating harm, now they are creating a wrong or violence, so they don't have a right to do that. So their will is outside of the limits of natural moral law. So my will can obstruct their will. I can stop their actions and obstruct their will to do whatever violation they want. They want to take other people's rights. They want to create rights for themselves that no one else has, that don't exist. Whatever it is. Well, you have a right to stop them because they are living beyond the bounds of protection that prevented their will from being obstructed. And the same for you or for me. But when you oppose and violate, well, you're outside of that boundary box. You're no longer living within the security and safety of natural moral law. So other people have a right to stop you, to violate your will, because your will is beyond the reasonable, rational limits. So others' actions are beyond the boundary limit, which is a violence. It's not in the natural moral law protection area. There is a right to obstruct the will of others who have violated natural rights. That's I'm just explaining visually what this quote means. And it was just, I don't remember how I came across it in the previous creation of infographics for the other parts, part 2 and part 1. I think I stumbled across this or somewhere else. Anyways, I saw it and I was like, oh wow, he actually said that. That's exactly in line with what I'm talking about. It was the first time I've seen this quote, so it is a legitimate quote from what I've been able to see. So if anyone else can tell me that it's not legitimate, well, show me, please tell me. So that's what I wanted to demonstrate there. Okay, yeah, this one gets a little bit more complicated. Oh boy, this is a long presentation. So this is talking about true freedom is infinite possibilities. That's what it equates to. And the opposite is where you have slavery, which is control, because it's trying to limit possibilities. When you have control being enacted upon others, well, you're trying to limit possibilities. And that's what slavery is. When you have true freedom, well, that allows for infinite possibilities, right? It allows for the possibility of order, where others don't harm you, and that's where natural moral law is respected, obeyed, and followed. But in true freedom, there can be violators, and that's chaos, where others harm you. And I put here, chaos can be where you harm yourself. You're creating your own chaos, and that's your right. That's the property that you own is yourself. So you can be creating harm for yourself and creating chaos in your own life, but it's not a violation. So I just put it outside of here just to say that others can harm you and you can harm yourself. That's a form of chaos for yourself, but it has nothing to do with the whole flowchart here. Just mentioning it there just for awareness purposes. So the chaos of the infinite possibilities is others harm you and natural moral law is opposed and violated, but we can enact self-defense justice to bring us back to order. So people, when they understand true freedom, often they fear it because of infinite possibilities. They prefer the comfortable slavery where someone says that they're going to control everything, they're going to control every aspect of your life. So chaos is going to be limited. There's not going to be as much potential for people doing harmful things because everything's going to be controlled. It's going to be full spectrum dominance, and we're going to control and know everything about everybody, and it's going to be a complete, perfect order. That's the delusion that many have. This delusion of order by creating chaos. Right? These things are opposite. Order and chaos are opposites. And by engaging in complete control and violating people's rights to limit possibilities, well, they think they're creating order by controlling absolutely everything. But they're ignoring how what they are doing is chaos. So they're using chaos to create a fake order, but they're still calling it order. So they're using chaos, they're creating chaos, and they're going to call it order, because as long as government or whoever's at the top of the authority is the one creating the chaos, then it's fine, because they're the superior and they're allowed, they're the sovereign, right? And everyone under them won't be creating chaos because they're going to be completely controlled. Everything's going to be controlled and regimented, and everything's going to be known. Like cameras everywhere, robot police, switches to override your consciousness. Who knows? Like the switches they're gonna come into cars to override a car. Not that they can't do it, but it's gonna just be more legalized in their fraudulent law system, legal system. But that's what they envision as their order. It's complete control for everyone else, and they get to create chaos, but other people aren't allowed to create chaos or experiment or learn from their mistakes. It's all just going to be complete control, and that's their complete vision of order, this complete delusion. So this true freedom has infinite possibilities of order and chaos being possible, and that's where the fear of chaos comes in. Because they have a fear of possibilities, the fear of unknowns, the fear of dangerous possibilities being possible. So these possibilities is too much for them. Right? I think I have it in the next. This one. Yeah. Creates a gap, a void, an abyss, a darkness, a chaos in their minds. This possibility is unknowns. The unknown is darkness. It's an abyss. It's a void. It's a gap. You don't know. So that can create fear and anxiety and discomfort and insecurity. And then, well, you'll do anything to alleviate that fear. So you're going to not want infinite possibilities because of the unknowns, the things that you don't know are going to happen, or even the things that you can imagine are going to happen and you don't want to happen. So you're in fear, and you're going to let that fear of chaos control you. So you're going to want a system of slavery because they're going to control things to limit the infinite possibilities, where you have limited possibilities. So instead of so many different chaotic situations coming about, you're going to want definitive chaos that you know is happening. So that the devil you know, right? And the devil you know is preferable to things that you don't know that could be, oh my God, it could be so much worse. Yeah, but you don't know that. It's because you don't know that you think, oh my God, I don't want to live in that. It's too uncomfortable. I'm insecure. It's creating anxiety and discomfort, and I'm fearful of it. Well, that's letting fear control you. It's all this fear of chaos. So you have, from that fear of chaos, you have anxiety, stress, insecurity, and discomfort. And then you have a desire for control, or, quote, security, which is desired. And that's where you want that control and security from authority, from rulers, from government, etc. And you view it as necessary to prevent chaos. So it's this whole complete obfuscation and backwards thinking that you need chaos to prevent chaos, because people don't even understand what they're even advocating for, right? They want good, they want freedom, they want peace, but they're advocating for enslavement and violence through the belief in authority. They're so confused. So this, where you desire control as necessary to prevent chaos, well, that's where you command. That comes in where you're giving people authority, and that they command obedience. Like, you will obey me, or else I'm going to hurt you more. That's where you're allowed or not allowed to do certain things, and that's a claim of ownership upon you. So they want enslavement by wanting authority to prevent chaos, because they fear chaos, and they're going to do anything to alleviate that chaos, to feel a little more secure and comfortable. So they accept safe slavery, the slavery they know, the devil they know. They want the comfortable slavery over the fear of the dangerous freedom. That's what the fear of freedom is. Is all this true freedom and infinite possibilities is the freedom of, true freedom, infinite possibilities is freedom, and possibilities mean there's going to be unknown. There's And the unknowns are viewed as dangerous. There's dangerous things that can happen. So people fear the possibilities and they fear the freedom. So they don't want infinite possibilities and they don't want true freedom. So they want safe slavery. And that creates a dark world order of chaos because they want that slavery and they support it. So rather than get an actual world where they could have more order, because they fear infinite possibilities that necessitates the possibility of chaos emerging, they have such fear of that chaos that they don't know, that's an unknown, that's dangerous. They have anxiety, stress, and insecurity and discomfort, and those emotions rule their desires and what they care about. And then they end up caring about control and security so that they can alleviate this psychological and emotional negative expression. And that's the only pathway they see. So they want people, so what they advocate is for compliance, and it creates a safe slavery, in quotes, because it's not safe. They're just totally deluded and have no proper understanding of what they're advocating. And they're creating a dark world order that creates chaos. And then, well, you had a fear of chaos, but you're creating chaos. So that more chaos leads to more fear, and it just feeds the cycle some more. So you're going to create chaos, and then you're going to have chaos in the world, and then, oh my God, there's chaos. So then you're going to fear that chaos, and then you're going to have anxiety, stress, insecurity, and discomfort. So the government's creating the chaos, and then you're going to beg them right through the whole voting, oh, please give me less enslavement. Well, now you're going to vote for someone else through the same system to prevent chaos, and it's just more control. And maybe they'll get things right this one time, but you're still accepting this system where anyone else could just become another ruler and just create more chaos and just feed the cycle. You're never going to get rid of it with the belief in authority. As long as there's the belief in authority, you're going to get some form of enslavement, and eventually psychopaths coming in to be like, you could view this as the benevolent dictator. The benevolent dictator who controls everything for people's own good, and truly, like, they could be 100% in alignment with natural rights in terms of telling people what to do and what not to do, and just managing things for people. So they could not violate anyone's rights and only deal with violations and bringing justice to the violations and not do anything. But you're removing people's personal responsibility. You're not helping them. You're just infantilizing them, making them into children, not responsible, not taking care of themselves. So even then, the benevolent dictator isn't helping people in their evolution of consciousness. I'm just raising that as a hypothetical. I don't even know if you're a benevolent dictator, if it could even be possible where you're not violating the rights of others. I'm just suggesting it as a possibility. I could be completely wrong here. Yeah, I forgot. Where am I even? Oh yeah, I was referencing that as a way to stop the feedback cycle. And eventually there's like a benevolent dictator, but you're still going to have... No, I forget where I was going with that. I guess I'd have to re-listen to what I was saying. Yeah, I don't know why I brought in that analogy. It had to do with lesser harm, and you get to no beatings, and then everything goes away and there's no more harm. But there's still someone doing everything for everyone else. Yeah, that's my point. Is you're still going to have infantilized children in society who can't take care of themselves, don't take on personal responsibility. So they're not going to be morally educated, probably. They're not going to be responsible for their own self-defense or uniting and helping each other. There's just this benevolent dictator who has a security force that only strictly deals with violations of natural rights and does not initiate violations of natural rights themselves. What happens when they die? Well, then a worse dictator comes in and they still have all the authority because people still believe in authority. Even if the authority is not doing any violations, that belief is still there. So when a new person comes in, well, they can just totally switch things over gradually through incrementalism. And people will accept it because, oh, that's the benevolent authority, so whatever they're doing, it must be for my own good. So even then, it doesn't work out. You're never going to actually get rid of the fear of chaos through that way. Or people just believe in the benevolence of authority. Even if there was one authority who was actually benevolent and did not violate a single person's rights and only defended violations of rights, it still wouldn't work out. Because you'd still have infantilized children in consciousness, not taking on the responsibility and rejecting it, wanting to be children, not wanting to do things themselves and wanting other people to take care of them. I'll do the right side here. So after your safe slavery, what you get through the system of control is you limit free will. You destroy freedom. And that's The End of All Evil by Jeremy Locke. That's the definition he gave of evil, is the destruction of freedom, because you're engaging in control. You're controlling and removing the possibilities and the infinite potential and value of people have to be curious and explore different possibilities. And then if they create chaos and they harm others, then there's consequences for it, and you're going to face the consequences, and you're going to learn from your mistakes. And there's other things that don't initiate harm where you can learn from your mistakes. But if authority dictates, oh, well, you're not allowed to do that because blah, 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 whatever reason, then you can't even learn from your mistake of doing something wrong, even if it doesn't initiate harm to another. This system just breeds control, full spectrum dominance, where they don't even want to let you do things that you have a right to do. It's like you have a right to smoke a cigarette and, right, harm yourself. You're going to create chaos for your health. It's not beneficial for you putting smoke into your lungs. That's not what the lungs are for. They're for taking air, not polluted air, not smoked air. Air full of smoke, okay? Not good. But you still have the right to engage in that and learn from your mistakes. But under this system, well, they just want to control everything for your own good, right? Well, you're not allowed this, and you're not allowed that, and you have to do this, and you have to do that for your own good. Just think of 1984, that the television monitoring screens. Well, every day you had to do exercise, and there was someone watching you. And if you didn't do exercise, well, you're being a bad person. Well, that's the social credit score. You have to do this, you can't do that. If you do this and we say you're not allowed, you're going to be penalized. So it limits free wills, it destroys freedom. This limits and destroys possibility, and this limits and destroys imagination. Because that's what the infinite value of the individual and the infinite potential we have is in the infinite possibilities that we can create. So when you limit free will and you destroy freedom, you also limit and destroy the possibility, because that's what freedom is. True freedom is infinite possibilities. That's why people, when they fear chaos of true freedom, well, they fear the infinite possibilities, the possibilities of unknown and dangerous things. They fear freedom, because true freedom is infinite possibilities, and they fear dangerous freedom, because freedom is dangerous to them. That's why they fear it. So they want someone to protect them. They want some control so that they don't have all these infinite possibilities. They only have limited options in life, and that's controlled It's regimented, and that's the safe slavery that makes them feel comfortable, because it takes them away from this, because they're not developed beings. They don't have an evolved consciousness. It's devolved. They are undeveloped, and they are childlike in their consciousness and psychology. So when you limit and destroy imagination, you can't envision different ways of living without that slavery, without government. So that's your reality, is that it is necessary, that you have to have this control and this security, right? It's necessary to prevent chaos. And by falling into this, you're not going to envision, or it's going to be harder to envision, to have the imagination, to envision a different way of living that isn't falling into this loop, this disastrous loop of getting more of what we don't want, but not even being able to realize that our actions and what we support are actually creating more of the thing we don't want. We don't want chaos, and the fear of it is driving us to create more of it through this belief in authority. And part of this is also driven by engineering immorality. And one part is where there are order followers. Well, that's engineering immorality, because they are told to do things that initiate harm. Their actions harm others who are non-violent. So they maintain a slave system, and that just keeps this going. So they input into this, which feeds back more and creates more of it. And the other part of engineering immorality is to ignore morality and reject it and deny it, to not teach it. It's not in our education institutions. It's not taught by government. It's not taught by academia. Even when you go into people who are supposed to know about this in philosophy, apparently it's such a confusing topic that no one can actually teach it right in any philosophical course or any textbook or any book that's popular anywhere. Where is all this knowledge that teaches objective morality? Scarcely hard to find. The most important knowledge to have, and it's not pervaded throughout society. So that's how they engineer immorality, by having morality ignored, by promoting subjective, quote, morality, where confusing people with relativism. So that's moral relativism, subjective morality, but a relativism related to truth. Subjectivism, where you get to make up whatever you want, where anyone's opinion is just as valid as anyone else's opinion. And where you get postmodernism. So that's that chart there, the flow chart. Here's another way of seeing it, where the injection of the fear. So this is authority's fear of chaos cycle. This is the fear of chaos cycle that authority keeps going. So we have the reality that government creates and the experience of some or many people. So we can start at number 1, where the government creates chaos and it's perceived as order, and they create the chaos by violating the rights of everyone. They sell it as order, they sell it as security, they sell it as safety, and people buy into this control, and they view it as order. And it's working very well so far. So they create chaos, and then it's never the government's fault, right? But the chaos is there. And then people can rebel against the chaos. And the government and media just create and inject fear, chaos narratives and perceptions into people. So this is what the government creates. And then it goes, whatever perceptions and narrative, oh boy, I need an A there, narratives, the government or the media create and inject into our consciousness. They inject the fear and the chaos. And then what some or many people experience is they have fears. They have a perception of things to fear. Perception of chaos. So they fear the chaos. They're told Oh, fear this. Fear the novel coronavirus, which is just basically potentially just a flu, a more severe flu. Is it actually something else? Or are they just repackaging it? Maybe it is something else. Maybe it's just repackaged as whatever illnesses were already there, created by a diseased and polluted environment. Whatever it is, I'm not talking about what it was, but you make people fear things. Fear the terrorist. Fear the boogeyman who's going to come. They hate our freedoms and they want to destroy our freedoms. So what are we going to do as government? Well, we're going to destroy our freedoms for the terrorists. We're going to create the Patriot Act and the NDAA. Is that what it was? I forget. Anyways, pass all these laws and acts and blah blah blah, and increase the security state in order to control you better, to keep you safe from those people who want to destroy your freedoms. But we're the one who's going to destroy your freedoms, but we're going to keep you safe by destroying your freedoms from the people who want to destroy your freedoms. Yeah, that totally made sense, the war on terror. Yeah. The war on drugs, the war on corona, the war on terror, the war on poverty, it's just a war on us. Everything they say, war on X, is just a war on us. That's what it comes down to. So people have fears, and what happens when you have this fear of chaos, right? You got things to fear. Well, that generates that desire for, quote, order via the control of reality or the control of others. And then people desire and demand protection and safety from the government. So they're willing to abandon their rights and their freedoms to government for the illusion of security and safety, not real safety and security that only they can provide for themselves, and uniting with others and banding together to collectively help each other maintain defense and justice, redress, rectification, or restitution. That takes too much responsibility. So they prefer, I'm going to take the safe slavery, the comfortable slavery. I'm not having to do that all for myself, because true freedom is just too much work, too much responsibility, and I don't want that. So I'm just going to give away my rights and freedoms, because you're going to be able to protect me by violating me. You're going to protect me by violating me. Yeah. You're going to give me security by making a better, more effective prison for me. Yeah, that's security. That's safety. Yeah. It's a good way that most people are stuck in getting manipulated. Yeah, they're going to create that world that they really want. They have no clue. Clueless. Just totally clueless of what they're even doing. So then again, well, what does this do? Oh, well, here, take my freedoms and rights and give me more safety, security. Okay, so they create more chaos. And then people revolt against that chaos. And oh my God, look at those bad people. Oh my, see those people over there? They don't like our initiation of violence. Well, those are bad people. Those are domestic terrorists, don't you know? Those are domestic terrorists. Yeah. They're standing up for their natural rights against us violating their natural rights, but they're the terrorists. So that's the selling the narrative and the perception. And then what do people do? Oh my God, those domestic terrorists? Oh my God, oh, I'm so afraid. Oh, we gotta control those people, they're so bad. Oh yeah, okay, government, you come in, you protect me, and you give me safety, okay? All right, here's more of my rights and freedoms, okay? And then the people who object to these rights and freedoms being taken by the government, and then they rebel. Oh, you're the domestic terror. You're the bad one. You're the evil guy. It just keeps going round and round and round. And then, as not even to mention the false flags, right? False flags, they just create scenarios, events, whether they're real or not. The goal is to sell the perception of chaos in order to get people afraid of things, in order to desire control of reality of others, such as gun confiscation, gun control. And then they beg the government to do things, so the government takes away more rights, and it just keeps going and going and going and going and going. The government and media fuel an endless cycle of fear and chaos that violates rights and freedoms. It's an ingenious system. It really is. These guys I don't know if they figured it out in the past 200 years, 300 years, 400 years. They've had it figured out for 2,000 years. I don't know. I think it's evolved over time, and their ability to understand deeper psychological aspects and greater methods of manipulation. I think they've gotten better at it. I don't think they were as proficient at it. Maybe they were. Maybe thousands and thousands of years ago in a forgotten civilization, they were so good at it. Or maybe that one didn't have any of these problems. And cataclysm comes, flood, whatever, and then, oops, people forget the knowledge. The knowledge isn't pervade. Things degrade. Anyways, who knows what happened in the past? Lots of speculation and possibilities. We can believe whatever we want, but we can't actually know what things were actually like when there's no accounts for it. We can believe the accounts of people, what they say happened thousands of years ago, or whatever they say, but we just gotta trust what they say. We gotta believe what they say. We can never actually know it. The only thing we can know are eternal truths that we can verify ourselves. So here's just another brief chart on this fear consciousness. So people have ignorance, right? They have a lack of knowledge to make sense of things, especially moral knowledge. So they have unknowns present, and that creates confusion, this unknown. When you have ignorance, a lack of knowledge of anything. But important things, well, things don't make sense. Like, why do we keep getting violated our rights? Why does the government keep doing this? And they don't understand things because they lack knowledge. So things don't make sense in reality. And that's a lot of the source of depression, where people expect and think reality is going to be a certain way, and they have desires for reality to be a certain way, but then reality keeps knocking them down, saying, oh, well, here's the actual reality, and here's how you think reality is. Smack. You keep getting smacked around by reality. Keep getting slapped in the face. So things don't make sense. And most of that is because they don't have an understanding of why things are the way they are, and that's ultimately from a lack of understanding the objective difference between right and wrong, which would lead them to understand that authority is not legitimate, that they're initiating harm and they're in the wrong, and so it's not legitimate. And then they can understand, oh, well, these bad things happen because we live in a society of enslavement, which advocates for enslavement and control, which is just going to give us the immorality, and things aren't going to make sense. Reality should be good, there should be order, and that's what the government's supposed to create. So why are we getting this society of complete degeneracy and bailing out banks that are supposed to fail in order to correct a flawed system? There's supposed to be consequences for negative actions, but the government bails them out and just makes the problem even worse, rather than the correction at 2x level in the negative, correcting there. No, they just artificially inflate the bubbles. So instead of falling from 20 feet, well, not next time you're going to fall from 200 feet. Which one do you have more of a chance of surviving? Falling from 20 feet or falling from 200 feet? Pretty sure at 200 feet you're going to die. At 20 feet, well, you have a greater chance of survival. Well, that's what they keep doing. As an analogy, as a metaphor. So they keep making the problem worse, so that when there is a correction, well, all these crooks keep getting bailed out and keep giving the money. And they print money out of nowhere. They give the money to all those crooks, all the upper echelons of society. So they get the new printed money. They get to buy real resources. Then the creation of new money devalues the currency. So it's not worth as much as it was before. So things go up in price, and that's inflation, the hidden tax by printing too much money relative to the actual productive capacity of a nation that's using or creating that currency. Anyways, let's get back to too many tangents. This is going too long. Anyways, I'm almost done. So the ignorance, the lack of knowledge, the unknowns creates confusion because you don't understand what's going on. Things don't make sense. So that, again, you have a gap, a void, an abyss, a darkness, discomfort. There's a chaos in your comprehension of reality. There's gaps, darknesses, voids. Things don't make sense. There's holes. Those are the unknowns. That's what the ignorance is. So you're going to have fear, anxiety, stress, insecurity, and discomfort. So the proper way to alleviate that fear, anxiety, stress, insecurity, and discomfort is to go learn, to seek truth, to be more responsible for yourself, to own your personal responsibility. And that's the way out. But that's not what people are seeking. When they have that fear, anxiety, stress, insecurity, and discomfort, well, right? They want control over reality. They want to control things so that the chaos doesn't emerge. Because they think if there's more control, there'll be less chaos. And then when you seek control, well, I'll get to that after, but it's just another route to the conclusion here. Where you seek control over reality, well, you're just going straight there, as opposed to the, more subtle psychological processes. So when you have fear, anxiety, stress, insecurity, discomfort, that increases unconsciousness, and it shuts down consciousness. That's what the fear does, right? And because you're focusing on alleviating that source of fear, which is what this was about. Well, you have fear of chaos. Well, you want to get rid of that anxiety, stress, insecurity, discomfort. So you want more control as necessary to prevent the chaos. So then you're going to accept authority and rulers and government and claims of ownership for the safe, comfortable slavery. So that's what you focus on alleviating that source of fear. So what do? What happens as a result? Well, you become less aware of patterns and meaning within and around the world because you're focusing on that thing that you fear, the thing that gives you anxiety and stress and discomfort. So you become less aware of patterns and meaning within and around because you're focused on this one thing. So instead of gaining greater awareness, you're stuck in an unconscious pigeonhole, myopic vision of things, and you shut down your consciousness, your expansive capabilities to gain greater awareness and gain greater understanding. So focus on alleviating fear, and you become less aware of meaning and patterns around, is that you're going to accept things to fill the void gap. What's the source of the fear? Well, that's the gap, the void and abyss, right? Which is the internal state representative of things not making sense because there's unknowns, it's confusion, you don't understand, that means there's unknowns. So you accept things to fill that void or gap. So you avoid the darkness and discomfort. So to get rid of that hole in your foundation, in your worldview, we'll call it a worldview. To get rid of that hole, that gap, that void, that abyss, well, you're going to fill it in with something. You're going to plaster it over. You don't want to fall into that. That's not, you have gaps and holes in your comprehension of reality. That's why they don't make sense. That's why you're confused. And you're not going to the learning and seeking truth. You're just going to accept things that patch those gaps and those holes with like Scotch tape or something that's not actually fixing it. It's not actually filling it with tangible reality or reality, things that can help you make sense. Truly, it's going to give you an illusion of making sense. So you become manipulated and controlled, you become manipulated, and you're conditioned. You have a conditioned perception of things, where whatever is going to be presented to avoid the darkness and discomfort by filling in those voids and gaps and comprehension, you're going to easily be manipulated, and you're going to have your perception conditioned. And you're going to accept false negative knowledge by people feeding you things that telling you, oh, well, this is the answer. This is how things can make sense. So you're given these illusions of knowledge and truth. So because you think it's actually true, that's what you're gonna patch up. It's a fake patch of your void and darkness, so that your foundation of reality, you can think you're walking on something solid, and it makes sense to you now. Now you're back into you're grounded in reality. The ground that you walk on doesn't have a bunch of holes that are going to harm you. It's solid grounding in reality now. Things make sense. The unknowns are gone, and you're not confused because, hey, you got the truth, right? Oh, but it's not actually truth. It's an illusion because what you actually accepted is a false or negative knowledge. And then when you have this, well, what can happen is you're presented with conflicting info in reality itself, since this is not reality. Truth, reality existence is what truth is. And when you're given false negative knowledge, well, that's an unreality. So when you believe in an unreality as reality, well, reality itself is going to conflict with that unreality that you accept as reality. The truth is going to conflict with the falsity that you think and believe is true. And that leads to more confusion, right? So it brings back here, and then you're going to start this over. Or you can engage in cognitive dissonance, where you'll accept that what reality is telling you, but you're still going to accept the contradiction of that reality, and you're going to hold on to this because that came first, and that's it's in one of the biases, anchoring bias, I think it is. So whatever first thing comes along, you anchor, and that's what you rotate around, and you revolve around that anchor. So this came around first to get you out of this anxiety, stress, insecurity, and discomfort, and to fill that void gap and abyss, to give you the semblance of a grounding in reality. So you're going to engage in cognitive dissonance, so that because that's what came first, and that's what ended up making the most sense, and you're not actually engaging in a proper pattern recognition and contradiction and weeding out inconsistencies. So you end up in the same place as seeking control over reality, which is you become an arbiter of truth. You're not actually trying to discern what is true. You're just accepting. Oh boy, what did I do there? You're just accepting the things that are presented to you first, I guess, because they seem to make sense, because they bring you back to a sense of security and comfort and well-being internally in your psychological state. So even if they're not true, and you're presented with the truth, and reality conflicts with it, well, in order to get rid of that confusion and not get back into here, you have to dismiss one or the other, right? It's either the new information is wrong, or what you previously accepted was wrong. In cognitive dissonance, you're not making that choice. Or you're defending it. Yeah, sorry. I've written about this before, but I should have done a review for myself. I think I had explained it as two forms of cognitive dissonance. One is where the dissonance that you experience psychologically can get you to reject the conflicting info from reality. So because it creates that confusion, the conflicting evidence, you engage in cognitive dissonance to reject the new information that comes in that contradicts the previous information that you've accepted and become attached to. And you've become attached to it because it's filled in those gaps and those voids, the abyss and darkness, in that foundation of reality, that worldview that you have, that you were walking to, that had a bunch of holes everywhere, and it was dangerous to walk into. And that's what gave you that insecurity, that stress, and that discomfort, and that fear, and that anxiety. So you got rid of that. So you became attached to that false negative knowledge. And that's where the cognitive dissonance comes in, where you reject it. I have a flow chart on it that I did in 2014, I think. I should have just reviewed it. And the other part of cognitive dissonance is what George Orwell in 1984 termed doublethink, where you accept both simultaneously. Even though they both can't be true, you're going to selectively use whatever is convenient at a particular instance in time in order to argue from that position because it's convenient at that time. So yeah, those are the two forms of cognitive dissonance. Two definitions I think I've talked about before. So it's more with the first one, not the doublethink aspect, but more the first one of rejecting, where you're an arbiter of truth, where truth is presented, but you're not going to try to discern, well, is this new information true or is the old information true? Because you're too attached to the old one. So you become an arbiter of truth. Info truth is dismissed, denied, or rejected. You excuse, justify, and attach to the falsity. You have an attachment to what's familiar, the current condition, the status quo, the devil you know. That's what I mentioned in this one, right? People want the devil they know, the safe, comfortable slavery, as opposed to the dangerous, unknown possibilities. They fear freedom and the possibilities because it's the unknown and it's dangerous. So they get attached to what's familiar, the current condition, the way things are. So we currently have occulted societal enslavement, so that's the current condition. They become conditioned into accepting the status quo. They become attached to that familiarity, and the possibility of true freedom is, well, who knows what it's going to be like, right? It could be many things. There could be gangs that rise up. Okay, but because you don't have the imagination to understand how to deal with those gangs of cooperating together for mutual self-defense, well, you prefer the devil you know, the safe and comfortable slavery. So, by rejecting truth and dismissing it and being attached to falsity, well, you're less aware and consciousness of, you're less aware or conscious of truth or reality because you've rejected it. And that's why you're less aware of patterns and meaning within and around, because that fear has driven you to this conclusion where you become less aware and consciousness. You become less aware of or conscious of truth or reality. Because your focus was on alleviating that fear. And that fear grew to increase your unconsciousness. It restricted and shuts down your consciousness. So instead of going to learn and seek truth and not falling into this and actually discerning what truth is, well, you fall into this and then you become less aware and conscious. And that's the whole step. I'm not saying this is all that's involved in fear consciousness. This is just one modality that I'm explaining as the flow of, from like a step-by-step process of what happens internally. God, why does it do this? There. Okay, now it's okay. Anyways, I don't know if you can see it, but sometimes going from one image to the next, they're pixelated. I don't know why it's doing that. Anyways. So here's another way of explaining the fear of freedom. When you have the fear of freedom, so when I was going over this one, I mentioned it, responsibility, right? What does it turn people in? In that example of, even if you had a benevolent dictator, it would turn people into irresponsible children who still expect other people to do things for them. And that's what this is. The fear of freedom, that's what it produces, is you have a refusal and a denial of owning personal responsibility to deal with things yourself. That's what the fear of freedom is. You don't want that responsibility of having to know the difference of right and wrong objectively, definitively, and then not initiate harm, and then help in the defense of the initiation harm for yourself, take care of that for yourself, and also help others. And they don't want that personal responsibility of having to deal with this when chaos comes up, of having to deal with it, and self-defense. This is how it can be brought back to order and bring back true freedom whenever it's violated. This infinite possibility is not a problem. It's just a problem when you fear chaos. And that's because you fear true freedom, because you don't want this responsibility here. When there's violations, you have to be involved in dealing with it. No. I want the safe slavery, the comfortable slavery of someone else doing it for me. And that's what it is. It's the denial of owning personal responsibility to deal with things yourself. And that stems from a lack of self-respect, a lack of self-love, which indicates self-loathing. That you hate yourself at some level because you don't want to take on the personal responsibility to deal with things yourself. You want someone else to do it. So you give power and authority to others to take care of things for you. That makes you psychologically a child. You want someone else to take care of things for you, not you taking responsibility and responding to that reality yourself. Someone else has to do it. Not people uniting together cooperatively and voluntarily to deal with violations. No, we're going to give all our power away. It'll be the centralized authority, and everything's going to work out so great. So when you do this, you're just saying, yeah, take care of things for me, and what they do is they quote, take care of you by initiating harm. Yeah, that's real good taking care of. Yeah. Genius. And this is accepting violation of natural rights, accepting enslavement, and saying, I accept being a slave and owned. Thank you very much. I'll take that. Give me your safe slavery, your comfortable slavery, because this is what that's what they want. I accept being a slave and owned because I do not want any part of this, dealing with things myself and having to do this. No. Someone else can take care of doing things in life. And this is just a demonstration of the self-loathing, because when you're here and you're a child and you don't want to take care of things, your defense or help or organize yourself with others to take care of that together mutually. Well, when you're accepting being a slave and owned, well, what greater demonstration of that? What greater demonstration of self-loathing and self-hatred than accepting being a slave and owned? Yeah, you really love yourself and have respect for yourself when you accept being a slave and owned. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that lie. That's a nice narrative, a nice story. So when people think of, oh my God, I need someone else to do it, it'd be so much worse with roaming gangs everywhere, right? These infinite possibilities of what could happen without this greater control and limitation of possibilities. Well, there's no one else to deal with the gangs, and you don't even have the imagination of how you can deal that with other people. Unite together and deal with it. No, you don't even have the imagination. And then even when someone does give you that possible outcome for you to do something, well, you don't want it. You don't want that responsibility. You just, take some of my money and take everyone else's money and create a force to protect and keep us safe while violating us and making things worse the whole time. Yeah, that's great. So what that comes, the reason I went back to that I mentioned before in the fear of chaos chart was, well, what about those roaming bands? You can have state gang thugs, or you can have non-state gang thugs. So what happens when you're either living with or without government, but you have the ignorance of objective morality? Well, on the left side, you have living with government and chaos created by government. People end up fearing the existence without government gang thugs. They fear the imagined chaos that can result. Oh, there's going to be chaos and thugs roaming the streets and killing people and raping and doing anything. Okay, but why wouldn't that be dealt with? Are you just going to let that happen? Well, yeah, because you're just letting that happen now, right? But they think government isn't a gang of thugs that is initiating harm and creating chaos into the world. So they fear existence without that government existing because they view it as what's holding back the tide of complete chaos and degeneration of society. So again, it's all based in fear, and it's an appeal to fear. It's not an appeal to morality, because they don't have the objective morality. They're just appealing to things that they fear, things that they imagine, right? They don't have the imagination to figure out solutions and ways of doing things properly if this happens, if violations happen, and organizing yourself in self-defense. But what they can imagine, right, they're able to imagine all the outcomes, and oh my God, if the government's not here, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, all this weird, all the so many infinite possibilities of things they can imagine that are bad are going to happen. So we need government. You're living in a pipe dream, that's a utopia, blah blah blah, all the excuses. So they're appealing to fear, not to morality. They're giving power and authority to a so-called protector, which, let's face it, isn't really protecting them. Because the whole institution is based on violation of your rights. So how are they protecting you when they're violating you? Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. And as a result, the evolution of consciousness is stagnated. You have a diseased belief in the legitimacy of authority to control others. You believe it's moral or virtuous to obey. That's what ends up happening when you don't have objective morality and you live with government and all these beliefs. But if we're not living with government, and we still don't know objective morality, well, what happens? Well, instead of government gang thugs, we have non-government gangs, thugs that create chaos and disorder that grows, right? So instead of it growing from government, it's growing from non-government. It's still better to not have government, though, because it's better for the evolution of consciousness. Maybe there would be more disorder, or it would grow faster than with government, right? Maybe. Let's just say that. Let's, for argument's sake, say maybe that would happen. It's still better than government, because it's better for the evolution of consciousness. And why is that? Because you're not going to believe anyone has the right to initiate harm or violence. And you're not going to excuse or support the false belief in legitimacy of authority. Right there. You're going to help consciousness evolve better. People are going to recognize the right to defend themselves against other violent people. They're going to recognize that they have the right to defend themselves against other violent people, because they're not going to have this diseased belief in the legitimacy of authority to initiate harm and create violence. They're not going to believe anyone has the right. They're going to say, hey, well, you don't have that right. I don't have this deluded belief that the government gang thugs are okay, but, well, you're not government, so you're not all right. So as soon as you get rid of government, the people who still believe in this still don't have a clue, well, they're going to be like, well, you're not government. You don't have the authority. So they're going to stand against it. They're going to fight. So it's still a better state of condition for people, because they're actually going to become more responsible by being forced into actually caring for their own self-defense. And, maybe they'll actually organize and unite with others and make things easier for their collective defense. What a revolutionary concept that is. All right, I think there's 2 slides left. So the true order of true freedom. So when to get true order, well, you live by moral truth. Rights and law are respected. Natural rights, natural law is respected. It's where you have a non-aggression principle as the default, self-defense principle as a response to non-aggression principle violations, and chaos and evil is handled because you're engaging in the self-defense principle as people together united to deal with that chaos and evil. You handle it, and you have true freedom and order because you're handling it. You're not tolerating it. You're not accepting it. You're not supporting it. You're not normalizing and standardizing it as part of the way of life. In contrast to that, you have the false order, the one the government pretends to give you, the belief in authority promises to give you, where you're living in opposition to moral truth, where you're violating, where you have the violation of natural rights and morality accepted by the majority in an area, where chaos of persistent enslavement is the condition. The false order is where you have the ends of control, full spectrum dominance. That's what they're all about. But they're selling it as control. They're selling it as safety and security. They don't sell it as, oh yeah, we're just going to control more and more and more and more and take more and more and more. And this false order is where you have evil veiled in the illusion of good. People are conditioned to accept the deception. They accept falsity as truth. People defend the false reality. They reject truth and change for the better. They reject the truth and reject the possibility of change for the better. So they get conditioned to accept falsity, and then because they get conditioned to it, they that's the reality, and then they get attached to it, and then they defend that false reality. And this brings us, this is what the allegory of the Empire in Star Wars is how many times in the movies or the various series, be it anime or like with real people, there's a phrase comes up where they want to bring order to the galaxy. That's literally the statement that gets said by these various control freak, delusional psychopaths who are doing evil, but they know they're doing evil because the goal is full spectrum dominance. They want to control everything. They want to control everything. Control. It's all about control. So it's the deception of bringing order to the galaxy. That's what the statement is. They want to, they're going to bring the Empire, and we're going to bring order to the galaxy. It's going to be so great. Oh, who doesn't want order, right? Everyone cheers. Yeah, order. Order. Yeah, we're going to bring order. Woo! But they're just cheering their own enslavement. And then when you hear it out of these evil ones, they know they're doing evil. But what they mean by order is they just want to control. If they can control everything, then everything will be structured and organized the way they want it, and there'll be complete order. But it's a false order. It's not a true order. It's just the order they envision is just complete control of everything. Because free will doesn't matter. Rights don't matter. You don't have rights. You don't have free will. So we're just going to control everything. So what the Empire actually brought was control, chaos, evil, immorality, and fear. They go to planets and shoot up everybody because they don't want to submit to the authority of the Empire. Ridiculous. So how do we get from false order to true order? Again, said it many times. Well, we have to change the condition from false order to true order. That has requirements, which are to speak truth against our false way of life. So that could be the current condition that has falsity and the negative and enslavement in it. Well, that needs to be brought to people's awareness so that they're aware that they're actually slaves. And then maybe they can give a shit that they're actually slaves. And then maybe give a shit to actually do something to make that not the condition that they live in. So they got to be aware of the negative. The negative is important. It's extremely important to be aware of. And that's what pseudo-spirituality, New Age nonsense. Oh no, don't look at the negative. And even if they're not a New Ager, who in society actually cares to look at the negative and understands the importance of the negative? Not many. Some people do. But overall, in society, most people don't want. They just turn away like, whoa, don't show me that. I don't want to look at that. Don't show me that negative. Right? Because that comes back to, well, they don't want to know what's wrong. Because they don't want to have to own the personal responsibility of dealing with it. Don't tell me what's wrong in the world, because then I'm actually gonna have knowledge of it. Well, now that I have knowledge, that's the first level of empowerment that can bring me to actualize that knowledge and act on it, and then I become empowered. But no, I don't want to do that. I don't want the personal responsibility of having to do something with what I know. So I prefer to remain ignorant so that I don't have to feel the guilt of feeling that I need to do something with what I know. So I'll just, if I learned it, well, I'm going to ignore it quickly so that I don't have to feel this guilt of, well, there's bad things in the world and I should do something about it. Well, I'm just going to do nothing. And so first of all, don't even tell me about it. I just want to remain ignorant. And to speak truth against the false way of life, well, the best way is through symbol magic, symbols. One of the most effective is words, but there's pictures and other arts. All the arts can represent meaning, a false way of life or a true way of life. Well, that can be represented through many different symbolic methods. And the one I'm best with is words, word magic, word symbol magic. So that's what I do. Maybe some people are great at drawing pictures or doing other things in the arts, and that's what their strengths are. So they can do that. And the symbol magic is truly amazing because you're affecting reality through symbols. Not physical force, but words or others. Other symbols. It could be a picture. It's a word. Someone's speaking things and they go into your ear, or they wrote something on a page or in a document online, and you see it on your computer, you see it in a book, you read it with your eyes, or you hear it with your ears, and you're being affected by that. That information can then in turn affect your behavior and your actions. So you're affecting reality, you're altering reality potentially through symbols alone, not through any physical force of moving an object or like building something in the world. You're not building a house, you're not building a building or a factory or anything. You're altering reality just through symbols, and that's what the dark occultists have been doing for a long time. The power of imagery and telling stories, narratives. It invokes imagery in people's minds, and it creates an inner reality that they can take as a representation of the actual reality out there in the real world, but they don't verify if that's actually the reality that exists in the real world. It's very powerful. Symbol magic. And as a result, you can influence and free people's minds, and you can change behavior, and that leads to not creating, supporting, or accepting the enslavement of yourself or others. And only truth can change falser selves and the falser reality into truer selves and a truer reality. Because if you're a falser self, a lower self, an unrealer self, because you're attached to things that are false, and when everyone acts that way, the majority, well, that's our inner reality of accepting things that are false, well, then our behavior is going to be false, and that's going to be the reality that we create, the human reality that we create. It wouldn't exist here if humans weren't here. We wouldn't have this way of life. We wouldn't have government. We wouldn't have computers. We wouldn't have anything that we have. This is the human world that we've created. There's good and there's bad. There's good and there's evil. But only truth can change you from being a falser self to a truer self, from a lower self to a higher self, from an unrealer self to a realer self. And in turn, that makes the falser reality can become a truer reality. The reality we've created, instead of creating false paths, false, wrong, negative, immoral, evil paths and ways of living, well, in the aggregate, we can have truer, realer ways of living that are more right. And that requires us to let go of attachment to falsity. And that's what the truth can provide us with. Instead of engaging in cognitive dissonance, well, we let go of our attachment to the falsity and we accept the truth that reality presents us with. We align more with truth than the former version of ourself, and that allows us to evolve consciousness. That's why my site is called Evolve Consciousness. That's the goal. Through truth, letting go of attachment, you align more with truth than your former version of yourself, and that's the alchemical process. That's the phoenix being reborn in the ashes. You put to death, you kill the false aspects of yourself, and you become reborn as a new version. That's where the truth can change falser selves into truer selves. And we get remade into newer versions of ourselves. Continual self-renewal. And that brings us to the end. Yay. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you very much. It's been a long one. It's been a long one. I didn't think it would take 4 hours and 46 minutes. But it has. I thought I'd be like, oh, it'll be around 3 hours. I guess I talk too much and gone too many tangents, so apologies for that. But the good news is that everything I talked about, the core part, is all in the infographics, so you don't even need to listen to me. You don't need to watch this. All you need to do is go through the infographics, and the core understanding will be there, or the core message will be there. And obviously you won't have my expounding on things and providing further detail that isn't in the infographics. But, that's up to you. You could go through it all and learn it just from the slides, just from the infographics, just from the images. That's my goal, is trying to... That's why I put the images in PDFs that are OCR text recognition, so that it can actually be indexed by search engines, so that the information can be found more readily. But taking the time to do this, well, it allows people to gain even more context, more detail around the things I'm already putting quite a bit of detail into the graphics to do the presentation. But my goal is to make it more easily understandable by providing that detail, so that people can understand it with greater clarity. And then you can just, well, what's morality? What's a right? Well, don't steal. There you go. 2 words. That's the end. Well, how do people understand that that's what it actually means? Well, then you need more detail, you need more clarity, you need higher definition. And then at the end, well, you understand the simplicity of, okay, don't steal. There you go, 2 words. Well, it takes a lot to understand the depth of demonstrability and veracity of those 2 words, of how that is true. That the solution is, don't steal, right? Well, you got to go on a journey of knowledge and understanding to arrive at a really seeing that simplicity demonstrated and verified in reality. Anyways, enough of my blabbering. I hope you gained value from this information. And once again, as always, thank you for your time and attention. It's appreciated. And Take care. Peace. Check out my site, Truth Unite. Truth unites, lies divide. Embrace truth. Care for truth. Take care. Peace.